Welcome to this Omnibus edition of Happy Times and Places, a positively inclined Doctor Who commentary podcast in which I, Toby Hadoke, ask a friend to nominate a Doctor Who story, I then watch it, commentate along, drop in some facts, all the while trying to guess what my guests' favourite things about each episode might be.
Hi there, this is Annie Wallace here. I play Sally Sinclair on Channel 4's Hollyoaks. So, when Toby asked me which story would I like to talk about, I had a big think, and I have chosen Planet of the Spiders from 1974, which was Jon Pertwee's last story as the Third Doctor. Now, this was a really big deal for me because the Third Doctor was my first Doctor, as it were. And as such, I hadn't known any different. I didn't know what regeneration was. And all I knew is that my favourite Doctor was going to go. And I was going to get someone else. And I didn't want that. I was 9 and that you don't do that. Of course, I didn't know, Nobody knew what an incredible Doctor Tom Baker would be subsequently. But at the time, I loved Jon Pertwee. Jo Grant was one of my favourite companions, and she'd left the previous year, of course, to go off and get married to Dr. Jones. And we had just had Sarah Jane Smith introduced in the season. So here we are. It's the middle of 1974, and it's the final story, Planet of the Spiders. Now, thankfully, I do not suffer from arachnophobia. I quite like spiders. They're quite cute. Yeah, I know that's a bit twisted, but, that's how I roll. So here I am, watching Planet of the Spiders, and I need to tell you some things, don't I? Some things that I liked about each episode. Right, okay. So, standing by, here we go.
Well, hello, campers. I don't know why I said that. It's got absolutely nothing to do with the episode in question. That was Annie Wallace, star of TV's Hollyoaks. We have a celebrity guest who's not from the world of Who, although if there's any justice, Annie will, I'm sure, if she can find some time in her schedule, she's very busy, pop up in the show at some point, and I will be cheering from the rafters because Annie is one of us. A Doctor Who fan, which I didn't know when I first met her. I don't know when I picked up on the fact that she was a Doctor Who fan. I think it must have I think you just read between the lines. There's a look, don't you? No, I think it must have been something she said on Twitter or Facebook. Anyway, nonetheless, she has chosen Planet of the Spiders, which means I'm going to have to begin with a little bit of a confession, and that is that I go into this as not a great fan of Planet of the Spiders. It would languish in when I did such things as make lists and polls and blah. It would be an all-time clunker for me. Let me explain. That's partially because the first episode of it I saw was episode 6. And we'll come to see why that had a series of disappointments for me. And then I worked backwards. I loved the book. So this was the first Pertwee I got on video, but I got episode 6 only because I was collecting the orphaned single episodes first so I could get a flavour of as much. I wasn't actually that bothered about watching the whole story. The actual, when I was uncovering, the history of Doctor Who for me, actually watching the story be told and play out was less interesting to me as getting a flavour of the performances, seeing what it looked like. It's interesting. I know that there are some people whom, the missing episode they want back is the one that completes the jigsaw, the 10th Planet 4 or Web of Fear 3. Whereas for me, I sort of go, well, we kind of know what those stories are like. Give me something from the Massacre or Fury from the Deep or something that we don't have anything of, So we've got just a little taste. Different strokes for different folks, but that worries me because I do write. I hesitate to say I'm a writer, but I've written scripts, and to write scripts you have to understand story and structure and have an appreciation of those things. But as a Doctor Who fan, I think I like to experience all the different individual things that make up a story. And I got episode 6 first. Which means I've experienced the story in an odd way. But as I say, I love the book. And I've always struggled with it. But I know that doing this project enables me to find a love for something I've hitherto neglected or thought badly of or misunderstood or just been in the wrong mood when I watched. And I try and make sure I'm in the right mood when I do these. But I have to do full disclosure and say, and I know a lot of people I respect who are a few years older than me. Sorry, Annie, but I know the Nick Peggs and the Mark Gatises are a huge Pertwee era people. And it's an era that has a lot of sort of nostalgic hold for them. Whereas this is the year I was born, so I don't remember. I could have been on my mum's knee, breastfeeding when I was breastfed because my mum is from the medical profession and so understands the importance of breastfeeding. But mostly for her it was so she's told me this, sit down and have a fag, so she could sit down and have a fag and feed me at the same time. That's one of the reasons I was breastfed. You see, the past the past has delights all its own. So anyway, shall we see what is going to happen with now I think I might have forgotten to have turned Alexa down a little bit. So if you've got... So what I'll do is, so I don't shout at her while you're listening to this and activate your own Alexa, I'll do a little edit in post. So I'm just going to have a quiet word with Alexa. And I'm back in the blink of an eye and having told Alexa to keep her bloomin' voice down. And her voice is going to speak in the language of Doctor Who and the Planet of the Spiders, which was broadcast on the 4th of May, 1974. So January, February, March, April. I was 4 months and 3 days old. So no nostalgia for me, apart from the faint whiff of cigarette smoke and the sweet taste of mother's milk. Press play in 3, 2, 1. So yes, the first thing I saw of Planet of the Spiders was this title sequence, which I wasn't expecting because I'd seen other Pertwees because of repeats and the odd bit and bob, but I didn't know. I didn't know there was the full length Pertwee, which there's nothing wrong with. Although the legs I think are slightly short, but it's slightly jarring to me because it's like the Tom Baker title sequence that I knew and loved very well, which suddenly has a full length Pertwee in it. So I've never quite got. Although I do like the opening with the shooting stars bit. Anyway, I think this is a really nice way to open with Mike Yates as a civilian, and I think we forget sometimes. I certainly forget. There's actually those cows. I wonder what else they were in and why I never got to interview them. The continuity of the Unit era is perhaps more detailed than we tend to think, those of us that think about the show's continuity, and when it really kicked in the 80s and there were lots of, back references and stuff. But this isn't so much actually continuity as sort of development of character. And Yates, for a sort of second-tier sidekick, as it were, gets that reasonably good through line of a story from the Green Death to Invasion of the Dinosaurs to this. It's a nice little arc that you wouldn't expect a character of his kind to get in this kind of program at this kind of time, I don't think. And I certainly it always sort of surprises me when it occurs to me, and I go, oh yeah, of course they did that. But I don't think of Doctor Who at this time as a show that did that, because there's not an awful lot of character development, let's be honest. There's no story arcs for the Brigadier or Benton or anything like that, and even for the for Sarah Jane in the way that there are now, where everybody has their own sort of private battles or little bits of character development that they go through in tandem to the stories being told. So I always welcome this level of I'd call it relative sophistication. I like this mat that the spider appears on later, because it's a sort of carpety thing, because it was on the back of the book. The book cover had all sorts of joy in it, because it had the wonderful image of Sarah Jane with a stripy top with a spider on her back from behind, and John Pertwee sort of reaching out in alarm. But it also got the regeneration along the bottom in the painting, and then it got the spider on the sort of rug on the back. So and I remember it being, and I actually have the hardback. My sister gave me the hardback for Christmas sometime later, but I'd already got the paperback. So I wasn't actually bothered about being given the hardback. But now, of course, I know how precious the hardbacks are. I'm more grateful now than perhaps I was then. Excellent cobweb, like a bit of cobweb in Doctor Who. I'm sure we will talk about Lupton and his bevy of character actors, all of whom have other Doctor Who credits. Although at the time I first watched Planet of the Spiders, one of them didn't, because he came much later. But I'm sure there'll be plenty of time to talk about him when I've got less to talk about. Say maybe when I've exhausted myself halfway through episode 4 or whatever. One of the things we don't know, I did a little bit of research. Now there's two mysteries I have here. I think somebody once put me in touch with one of the ladies in the audience here, and did I actually ever contact her? But I think we may have had a hello, but I didn't interview her, and maybe I should have done. Maybe I didn't follow that up. But somebody I know knows one of the ladies in the audience here. But what we don't know, and I may have not seen through the introduction or the sharing of contact details, in which case I'm very sorry. I've just been reminded by Phil Newman actually that he'd found a contact for a designer that I said, oh yeah, I must interview that person, and never chased up because my personal life gets in the way, and sometimes I get distracted and forget, because interviewing Doctor Who people is my hobby, not my job. But the other thing we don't know before we move away from it is that who the voices are of the MC and the people in the club. There's nothing on the paperwork. Some have suggested it might be Barry Letts. I don't think it is, simply because it doesn't sound like him. And yes, I know he could be putting on a voice, but I don't think even the timbre or anything is right. So it could have been one of the other cast members who were around. Some people said, oh, well, it's because it's a comedian. It's Chubby Oates because he's in episode 2. Yeah, but he's in episode 2 on film. Well, him being in the studio at a completely different time would have been no more cost effective or convenient. You may as well have got anybody else who happened to be, in a lay-by in Denham at any other time of the year. So, I think that's somebody going, oh, that's a pattern that works, but not looking into the logic of it. But we don't know. We do not know who it is. But we do know who this is. This is the mighty Cyril Shaps, who I always forget is in Planet of the Spiders because he's only in this episode. I think he's Professor Clegg. I think he's credited as Professor Herbert Clegg in the Radio Times, but not on screen, which is the sort of thing that is of interest to 3 people, and one of them is me. He's sort of almost auditioning for Doctor Who here, isn't he? He's dressed as Doctor Who, and I think he looks good in a beard, old chaps. He's a lovely character actor. The barman in Adventure in Space and Time that I played is called Cyril, and that is a nod to Cyril Shaps, a hastily conceived one because I wanted to be called Reg, and couldn't be, and then I was going to be called Les, but then we realised there was a character called Len, so I was going to be after Reg Cranfield, the policeman in An Unearthly Child, then after Leslie Bates, the shadow of Tsar, shadow of Cal at the end of An Unearthly Child, and then neither of those worked. So very quickly I went, oh, Cyril, because Cyril Shaps, and Cyril seemed like a name we could give to a barman at the BBC. And it just looks better on the credits than barman. So that is why the barman in Adventure in Space and Time is called Cyril, because it is a hastily thought of name to look better on IMDb and on the credits than barman. That was Mark's idea, to just make the fact that I'd got 2.5 lines seem slightly more rewarding, which is very sweet of him. I was happy to be there. And a nice nod to somebody who's it's nice to acknowledge those that you've welcomed into your home, and Cyril Shaps is very welcome. Even my mum, remember Cyril Shaps being an episode of The Bill, and my mum recognising him. I seem to remember the CSO here being rotten, and that actually looks okay. But I know when they tart it up for DVD, they improve some of the fringing that I think is particularly prevalent in Barry Letts directed Doctor Who stories, and The Green Death, to be fair. And I used to be so embarrassed by bad CSO, but of course, old telly looks like, this looks like old telly to people who aren't used to old telly, because it's videotape, because of the certain quality of the picture and the way that sets look and the way that actors act, the CSO is just another part of that ingredient. Whereas, the rest of this to me seems, perfectly watchable and in no way a compromise. I'm in no way having to suspend my disbelief. This is real to me, as a piece of television I might watch today, and in fact, in some ways, more real, because I like the continuity of the performances. And anyway, it doesn't matter. The point is that the CSO always seemed particularly egregious to me, whereas now it seems just part of a landscape of compromise to a modern eye. But also, I think, the restoration team have tarted it up. Now, the caveat to my not liking Planet of the Spiders was that I always quite liked episode 1. I love the way that Kevin Lindsay does that whatever that bit of business is, with the Tinkly Bell thing, which if I was a respectable, proper journalist, academic research type, I would have read up a little bit on Buddhism and gone, and of course, that's a flippity-doo-dah, but I don't know. I know about Doctor Who and old actors, and I know what I like, and that's pretty much it. And I make no apology for that. If it gets me through my life doing very little harm, and hopefully some good, if only of the distraction variety, I'll take it. I've always enjoyed episode 1 because I think it's a lovely setup. I think this is an interesting setting. I like the way that Mike Yates brings us into the story. There's going to be things to say about Tommy, who I think is wonderfully played by John Cain here, and indeed Choji, who I think is well played by Kevin Lindsay. But we have, to the modern viewer, I think it's fair to have caveats when we examine both. There's plenty of time to do both of those things. But I think the intent here to have a simple-minded character, as one who is benign and overlooked and treated badly is very interesting, and he goes on a journey, and it's all to do with the themes of being reborn and stuff like that. But we'll look at that because there are elements, and I'm particularly aware of this now that I've done things with members of the disabled community, and as we become more aware of issues of neurodiversity, that it's a portrayal of somebody with learning difficulties that could be seen as slightly awkward to the modern eye, although there is no doubt that everything here is born of decency and good intentions. But it's worth talking about. I really like seeing Mike and Sarah sort of getting up to adventuring outside of the Doctor. I love the fact that this is Mike Yates led. I'm not a massive, Mike Yates is not a character that is particularly special to me, but I like what they do with him here. I like that the program goes, well, let's bring him back, and actually he gets top guest billing as the story continues, which I think is a lovely way for him to bring his time to an end. I also like the fact that he's got driving gloves. I love the idea of me being somebody who has driving gloves, but one, I can't drive, and two, I know that even if I did have driving gloves, I'd never know where I put them. I'd never have time to put them on because I always leave everything to the last minute. And I've been given various accoutrements to my dress every now and again. I think, I like the idea of being a person who would wear one of those or have one of those. But actually, really elegant people who have things like those things you put on your shirt to hold up the sleeves and those sorts of bits, actually take quite a lot of care over their appearance, and it takes time and application and a more ordered mind to wear them than mine is. So I've got those various things, but I never actually use them. And I love this thing with the tractor. It doesn't really make any sense ultimately, but it's as a kid at the time, you'd always read stories of sort of scary apparitions that then people looked and it was never explained where they were. So it was sort of in the landscape of things, the tractor that suddenly appeared is a sort of comfortingly familiar, uncomfortable, scary thing. So it seems like a really useful way of going, oh my God, something's going on here. And that, of course, leads Sarah into the story, which is delightful. And it's nice that she's going and and having some agency of her own, and being in cahoots with Mike, who is going through his own. And this is where the similarities, the similarities a theme with the Doctor's regeneration, but also Tommy being reborn. But Mike has gone there to sort of cleanse his mind after going through a difficult period for himself. I know we sort of regret the fact that the Brigadier has gone from being no-nonsense soldier to somebody who is the butt of jokes. But Nicholas Courtney is so good. I think this is such a funny scene. I love the genuine laughter that Pertwee does there, and the genuine sort of affection that they have there. There's a real warmth. Courtney's so good at the deadpan. I think it's quite fun that the Brigadier has a fancy lady called Doris. He's a bit embarrassed, and that Professor Clegg does that. I think that's absolutely delightful, whilst at the same time acknowledging that the Brigadier is probably more effective as the the tough soldier of season 7, and certainly his haircut's more military. Imagine if Carnival of Monsters didn't exist. That would be the only clip we had from it. We'd be watching this and go, that's all we have from Carnival. If only he'd used the sonic screwdriver in the massacre. Now, Kevin Lindsay, of course, it's very interesting seeing his face, because it's usually behind a Sontaran mask. And this is what I know Barry Letts... Now, we like to spot Doctor Who actors from Doctor Who in other Doctor Whos, but I know Barry Letts deliberately fills this with actors who have played key roles in the Pertwee era. This is very much building up to a goodbye for the Doctor. And I think, again, one of my disappointments with this, watching it the silly way that I did, and because Pertwee's, the actual transformation is basically a crossfade, I felt like it didn't have the sense of occasion that maybe it should, but actually approaching it from this direction and trying to appreciate it in the context of what it is. You've got Lindsay here, who was Lynx at the beginning of the season, and you can see why they cast him. Now, of course, you'd obviously cast somebody who was genuinely from that part of the world, but he has a facial structure that kind of works if at the time that you're giving Westerners those sorts of roles. You could see where I thought, oh yeah, Kevin's facial structure might, with a bit of tweaking here and there, might pass through to better. I think the accent seems a little cod and hokey now, and of course we're uncomfortable with those ideas now, and I think that's fair enough, particularly as the accent does seem a little bit hokey now. It does seem a bit it seems a little hokey. I said the word hokey. I think that's as far as I'll go. But I still think it's a good performance. You can have a slightly pony, slightly false, slightly uncomfortable to the modern viewer sort of weapon in his arsenal, i.e. that accent that he uses, and actually yet still have other qualities of the performance that work and are good. And I think it's perfectly reasonable for those two things, different things, to pull in different directions, but one not necessarily, but the cost of the other. Lindsay was I think a very good actor. Now this is lovely that the letter has come from Joe Grant. So yes, we've got all of the actors from the Pertwee era. We start with Mike Yates coming back, and now we have a message from Joe Grant, which I think is beautiful. And I love the fact that it adds to the sort of family feel that she's addressed it to the Doctor, and then the Brigadier, and then Mike Yates, and then Sergeant Benton. I think that's very sweet. And of course, in the book, she's actually in it, isn't she? There's a prologue with Joe Jones, and I remember being quite sad. But I mean, I guessed, I knew even then that it was unlikely that Katie Manning would come back. It was, it wasn't really the way that those things were done then. You probably would now, it's like Clara does at the end of Capaldi's season, even if it's just basically the actress in a cupboard and superimposed on later, to the delight of the viewing nation. That is exactly the same chanting that is in The Abominable Snowmen. So basically, if Abominable Snowmen 2 hadn't come back, we would go, this is the only bit we've got of The Abominable Snowmen. But and the Buddhist thing is interesting because it's not being used cheaply. But this is genuine for Barry Letts. Barry Letts was a Buddhist, and he's decided to use the themes of his own faith. So he's not patronizing it, but he's also not, because he wasn't that sort of man, being didactic about it either. He's using it as a storytelling device, and also, crucially, using it as a thematic device, which means the story works beyond just the telling of an adventure story. Things are reflected in different areas of it, and I always like it when that happens. I always like it when there's ambition in the writing to do more than just tell a story. So John Dirth here and Christopher Burgess as the sort of two main bad guys. Dirth is the main bad guy and Burgess very much his sidekick, but they have both been in the Pertwee era before. John Dirth is the voice of Boss in The Green Death. Christopher Burgess, Barry Letts regular, who always has a slightly broken quality about him, is Professor Phillips in Terror of the Autons, but he was also in The Enemy of the World. And I think he's wonderful in this, but I'm sure we'll talk about them. And I never think this bit works, because I always think that Captain Yates, Mike Yates, makes his discomfort a bit obvious with his sort of grabbing of Sarah, and it feels a little bit hokey, because she's going, yes, I'd love to stay, and he's going, no, you don't. And you go, people don't act like that in real life. You're making it obvious to the viewer. But of course, the joke is on me as a cynical modern viewer, because actually he's deliberately making Lupton think that he's spooked in order that they sneak in later, which is what he does. So you've got the baddies here going, yeah, we've sorted them out, but actually the twist is it's all revealed. That's all part of Mike's plan. So it's a lesson in not watching cynically and going, oh, come on, that was a bit TV drama-y. No, it was a deliberate piece of subterfuge. Well, it wasn't subterfuge. It was that he deliberately drew attention to the awkwardness, Yates, in order to make Lupton think that he'd applied enough pressure to scare them off. I like Yates's natty outfit, actually, and I actually liked earlier seeing a train station, and a train pulling out, and the fact that all of this stuff is on film. It makes it feel like it's sort of part of a sort of very realistic, as far as Doctor Who, sort of very... I love the way she says the fiendish cunning of the man. I love her. I do. I genuinely love Elizabeth Sladen and Sarah Jane Smith. I love the way she does that line. I mean, I defy anybody to see the way she does that line and just not want to go, I would like to spend the rest of my life with you. And I love this letter of Jo going... when she go, and what I love about it actually, and this is where the sort of family thing really works, and the family behind the scenes, because this is written, directed, produced, and in episode 2 a bit of acted by Barry Letts. So it's as close as Doctor Who gets to an auteur. I know it's credited to Robert Sloman, but Letts had his fingers on the typewriter as well. Is that the letter from Jo sounds like it was written by Katie Manning's Jo Grant. And I love that. It feels so authentic. And it feels like a connection. And it's odd because I recoil slightly from a lot of the 80s continuity, sometimes because it seems like it's just there to push a button of recognition, a cheap thrill, if you like. Whereas the continuity here is actually a way of knitting the whole thing together, of marrying the era together with its themes and its characters in a way that sometimes, seasons weren't shaped, I think, in quite the same way then as we're used to now, where season openers are a particular style of story. Season closers are a particular style of story. There seemed to be a bit more sort of an arbitrary scattering, and obviously, things were still much more in development, and stories came and went. So sometimes the shape of a season, and sometimes seasons were broken up differently to production blocks. The shapes of a season seemed perhaps slightly more accidental. Now, but this is going to be build to a climax, because it's actually the very end of the Doctor himself, this particular Doctor. But it's afforded them the chance to knit together aspects of the era, but not in a sort of showboating way, which, you know, because I know there are people, and I'm not immune to that suggestion that you know, that David Tennant's finale seems a bit like, where everybody's getting in on the action here, and you run the risk of seeing a little bit backslappy or a little bit self-referential. This I think judges it very, very, very well. It has the sense of occasion, more of a sense of occasion than I think I've given it credit for in the past, when I've just sort of, you know, when I've just bunged it on, and especially or watched it backwards. This feels like, you know, a proper coming together of the era for what's going to be the end of the, you know, the longest running Doctor to date. And I always felt in this as well that a bit harsh on Professor Clegg, because basically he wouldn't have died as he does here. Oh, look at the genuine sweat on his face there. This is very good. Because, you know, he's been dragged in from his act that he was doing perfectly happily, although I suppose he was a bit sad because he was getting the proper, genuine psychic stuff. But basically asked her, but I think I'd remembered it as the Doctor had said, look at this crystal, he'd looked at it and died. Actually, he picked it up himself. So the Doctor's not as directly responsible as I'd kind of got it in my head, but it still seems a bit sad for poor old Professor Clegg, who does nothing wrong. It's just that the story doesn't really need him anymore. So, and it's what you do in those days, isn't it? You go, well, it doesn't really need him anymore, so we may as well kill him, which I think is sad for poor old Cyril Shaps, but he does get a solo caption credit at the end, and it's nice to see Yates and Benton back at the top of the credits, because by Invasion of the Dinosaurs they'd sunk quite low to the bottom, and in Green Death and some of their later stories, having been, you know, right there at the front, I don't know what they'd done to upset Barry Letts, but he gradually sort of shoves them down the order, but they're back up to the front now, which is nice. Again, apologies for the credits talk. It is very much my weird. I was going to say specialism. I think that accords it too much respect. It's my weird peccadillo. Oh yes, I'm gonna font you up the captions. Right. Oh dear. So Planet. I mean, that's a great episode, isn't it? That's a great. But as I say, even in my darkest thoughts about Planet of the Spiders, I've always given episode 1 a pass, but I actually enjoyed that much more this time round as well, because I think it feels on the way to something. I love the way it starts knitting the era together. I particularly like the fact that Yates and Sarah are off on their own adventure. I love Doris from Brighton, and Cyril Shaps does a lovely cameo there, and we've got the interesting things with Buddhism, and John Cain is obviously doing very strong work there in a difficult role as Tommy, and the way that Sarah is very kind to him and other people aren't, I think, speaks to a lot of how people, I mean, people still treat neurodiverse people absolutely appallingly, and I can only imagine in 1974 how bad it was. So we have to, for as I say, for some of the aspects of how the story develops that might make us now go, that's a little bit naive, or makes me feel a little bit uneasy. I think that in the context of when they were doing it, and the kindness with which that story is told, and the intention behind that, I think is something I think I would very much be positive about. But for part 1, there's much to love about it. But I think it has to be, especially because of my uneasy, and I think all of our slight loathing, so that self-loathing relationship with continuity, and our worry of looking over our shoulders and go, but what will the general public think? That doesn't feel anything like some more recent examples of continuity. But maybe it's because this was all stuff that happened before I was conscious. I mean, may as well say before I was born. So therefore it was always part of Doctor Who's history. So it's not something that is introduced, and therefore, because I imagine the introduction of the Time Lords, but if you came to that beforehand, or when it happened, that was a real shock. And if you were a fan of Doctor Who, you suddenly went, hang on, why are they giving away his backstory? What? Now, how? You're rewriting the show's DNA. Whereas to me, there'd always been Time Lords, so it didn't seem like that much of an aberration away from the show's format. So, it's very much where one looks at this stuff from. But I like, because the show is not huge on continuity at this time, it does nice little things like it revisits the planet Peladon, or it has the same corporal in 2 stories on the trot. I do understand people who think that the unit family gets a little bit too cozy, and Nicholas Courtney and John Levine really do need haircuts. I nonetheless think that the level of continuity and the call for it, because it's the beginning of the last story, so we feel like we're building up to something that encompasses the whole era. We start with Mike. We have a letter from Joe. We're in Unit HQ. We have those resonances. I think it, and of course the crystal. We have the crystal, which the Doctor got in essentially a joke sequence in the Green Death, and it all starts to come together and pay off. So I think the fact that this ties in with the era that has come. And the era that we know is on its way out. And I think the way that it does that, not too showily, but enough to give you a feeling of event and of sort of warmth and of comfort. But of course, it's a comfort that is threatened by a great menace, and that actually adds to the odds of that. So that is my thing for episode 1.
Part 1. It is a 6-part story, by the way. Part 1. I think one of the things I really liked about part 1 was the unit reunion, just before it kind of disbanded, I suppose. So we had Captain Yates come back, who was still getting some treatment after his business with Invasion of the Dinosaurs, where he'd basically betrayed UNIT. And Captain Yates was, of course, a big favourite right from early Joe Pertwee, and he was part of the UNIT family. So here we are, it's Captain Yates, and he's in this monastery, this kind of domestic monastery, where he's learning to free himself from the influence and come back to himself, as it were. So there's Yates. There's a big mention for Jo Grant, now Jo Jones, of course, because she sends the Doctor the blue Metebelis 3 crystal that the Doctor gave her in the Green Death as a wedding present. This beautiful green crystal that if you looked into it, it kind of did things to your mind. And so Jo sent it back from the Amazon in a jiffy bag because the locals found it a bit weird and they thought it was cursed. So we had the reappearance of the Metebelis 3 crystal. So yeah, it felt a bit like a unit thing. Obviously, the brig and everyone's there. And that was part 1.
Well, I think I get a point for that. Thank you, Annie. And Annie and I are simpatico, I think. I think we said the same thing. And I'm glad, because again, it's not really a thing I sort of thought of really entering as I entered the story. I'm feeling positive that I'm entering Planet of the Spiders in the correct direction and with the right attitude, because as I say, I didn't have much nice to say about Planet of the Spiders, but I'm aware that next episode is the big chase, and I'm aware that on the episode after that we go to the planet Metebelis 3, which has charms all of its own. So it's not necessarily going to be easy, but I'm going to clear my mind in order for my experience of Planet of the Spiders to be born anew, and hopefully I won't then die. Well, it's dark. I'm not wearing sunglasses. I've got a full tank of petrol, and I've got a car, another car, a car that flies, a little helicopter thing, hovercraft boat, and a long journey to see if I can enjoy a story I've hitherto had a bit of a downer on. Like many Doctor Who that I discovered after reading the Target novel, there was a big gulf between my expectations and, the delivery. And I've rehabilitated a good number of stories, I think, in my mind. And some I thought were okay, like The Sea Devils, that the last time I watched it, I absolutely adored. But there are also stories that I thought were really quite poor. And I would say this and Planet of the Daleks. Although I actually enjoyed Planet of the Daleks when we did it through Running Through Corridors, that book I wrote with Rob Shearman, when we came at it within the era and watched it in blocks. But I think because of the weight of expectation of what Planet of the Spiders has to do, and because of certain things that happen as the story goes on and the production, shall we say, frays around the edges, it's a story I will have to learn to love as we do this, if I can do it. And I have my lovely dog friend Bernard by my side. Maybe he will give me a new perspective. But let's try it. Annie Wallace is along for the ride, star of Hollyoaks, wonderful actress, lovely person, and I'm really grateful that Annie has lent her name, kudos, and time to this project. And I couldn't think of anyone better to help me learn to love a story that I know people who watched at the time are very fond of, but I do not have that because I'm much younger than those people. So let's see what happens in episode 2 of Planet of the Spiders in 3, 2, 1. I do like the opening bit of the title sequence, which isn't then replicated in the Tom Baker version. Pertwee I really loved as a kid when they repeated, the couple for the 5 Faces of Doctor Who, the 3 Doctors and Carnival of Monsters. He was one of the old Doctors, the classic, the 4 classic, the unimpeachables. And I, when I discovered the era, I think it's because it was quite recent history. So the things that we had cast aside, like some of the haircuts and the flared trousers, seemed slightly more embarrassing than perhaps the 60s stuff, which had dated in a different way because it was slightly further away. So it wasn't, it wasn't nagging, snapping at our shoulders, going, you know what you lot recently look like, and I was scared of flared trousers and bad CSO and sort of haircuts like Mike Yates's were not things that I liked the idea of my school friends seeing, and much of my identification of Doctor Who was about whether I could show it to my school friends without being embarrassed, because I suppose one conducts one's life worrying about what other people think, and the Buddhism in this story is a good riposte to that. So I'm looking forward to embracing that stuff about clarity of mind and not worrying about what's happening outside. And that's a great image, isn't it? The spider on the back. It's no accident that that's a beautiful shot, actually, and the lighting in this cellar is great. But the idea of the spider on the back as a physical presence and as a metaphorical representation of, menace and dark thoughts and all of that is rather lovely. I think the spider on the back is a great thing. And that was a lovely shot of Lupton. I don't really think of Barry Letts as being in the top tier of Doctor Who directors. I think he is a bit too wedded to CSO. And Roland Warren, the costume designer, does like purples and blues, which is appropriate, seeing for this story, because Metabilis has a lot of blue. But I wonder then, this is a different spider, the one that Professor Clegg saw in his mind, isn't it? It's got a sort of slightly transparent, bulbous taily bit. Was it because wasn't the thing was that they built a spider that was deemed to be too convincing, and it was sort of sent back, and Bernard Wilkie, the head of visual effects, also the visual effects designer of this, was kind of told, yeah, you've done too good a job. But I remember there being an article in Doctor Who magazine, which was Matt Irvin with Boris the Spider, and Boris the Spider was a thing. So this was one of the stories where the visual effects themselves had their own sort of little sub story, and it was a way into some of the behind the scenes chaps, and I remember that article in Doctor Who magazine of Matt Irvin, who's always been a great. He's the sort of spokesperson for the visual effects department of the BBC. He would be on Swap Shop and kids television and things like that. He actually rang me at my home once when I'd written a letter to the BBC visual effects department. I'm sure that's a story I can tell on another occasion when it's actually a story that Matt has a credit on, maybe. Unless I run out of things to say during this, but I'm going to try my hardest not to. Although this is, yes, but of course this is the famous episode that is a series of car chases where we have to, we'll have to talk about how important, plot is. Again, I think if television is there to entertain and to keep us interested, it doesn't only have to do that with plot, which is why I don't mind sort of showy direction or long special effects sequences if they catch the eye, if they divert us. That's what entertainment is, and that's why television, it's a visual medium. If there's plenty going on screen, we don't necessarily have to be thinking about it and joining the dots of plot development or character development or thematic rigor. You can just go, oh look, it's a mini moke. I think that's what the helicopter thing is called. He's got an excellent face, hasn't he, John Dirth? He's got a very odd gait. He's got quite a sort of shambling. I imagine he's racked by kind of illness. I know that he had a drink problem, and I know John Cain speaks very kindly of Barry Letts by going, here's a guy with a reputation in the business for being a drinker, and that means that people would sometimes be reluctant to employ him, and it's a fickle business because some people who are for whatever reason on whom the fates are shining are forgiven all sorts of drunken exploits because they're geniuses, and then but if you're not lucky enough to have been decided upon as a genius or whatever, you're a bit of a shadow and probably best avoided, and I got the impression that maybe there was a bit of that with John Dirth, and Barry Letts, because he was a kind man, went, well, no, I'll put him front and centre and give him a shot. And he's got an excellent voice. He's brilliant as boss in The Green Death. He was the Iago to the Othello of Donald Wolfett. So he'd got good stage courage, but similar looking to James Mason. And I know Barry Letts said once that Dirth was quite bitter about that. And that's no way to be as an actor, because you just go mad then as a performer. Let's break off from that, because I love Sergeant Benton. I love the fact that Sergeant Benton makes the second best cup of coffee to Mrs. Samuel Pepys. And I love that Pertwee is an enjoyer of things like cups of coffee and cheese and wine and all of that. And I love Benton. It's just sad that this is Benton's last Pertwee episode, really. He really does deserve to come back in episode 6, but he gets a nice little shot in this. He gets to have a little bit of jokey stuff because he doesn't realise that the brigadier is there and all of that, all the bits that Benton does well, which are relaxing when he doesn't think authority is round and having a bit of fun, and then being a bit wounded and slightly apologetic when he discovers that actually authority is there and he's supposed to be being a soldier, but also being the loyal factotum. He is, and my dog is here sitting next to me. Benton is I think closer than canine even that Doctor Who gets to a dog, because he's loyal and he's faithful and he's really, really happy if he's done a good job, and he'll if the push comes to shove, he'll put himself in harm's way for you. It's a pretty, sorry Tommy, but it's a pretty gruesome medallion, but there you go. I don't know anything about fashion. My son now has a chain around his neck there, so maybe they're coming back in. Fashion is cyclical, isn't it? I remember John Levine in an interview with Doctor Who magazine saying that he'd suggested to John Cain to add the second go to bed as he walks away. And it is a nice little touch. and that John Levine was quite pleased because John Cain was a hugely respected Royal Shakespeare and Company actor who'd been involved in probably the most important Shakespeare production of the century, which is Peter Brook's production of A Midsummer Night's Dream, in which he played Puck, which is, as prize a part as you can get. And it was the Midsummer Night's Dream that was all done on, on trampolines and acrobatics, and all that sort of thing. And it was a hugely important piece of theatre that made a huge mark on the way that we do Shakespeare. John Cain was a key part of it. He's part of theatre history, and also wrote loads of episodes of Terry and June. Isn't that brilliant? I was Puck in the most important Shakespeare production of the 20th century, and I wrote most of Terry and June and The Phoenix in the Carpet. I love that you can have that kind of career. But what a great actor he is, and I think he's wonderful in this. And it's, I know a lot of people don't like Pertwee for his awful stuff, like this bit where he sort of completely ignores Sarah, and she goes, "No, come on, I'm trying to tell you this thing," and actually, but you could almost say it's deliberate, isn't it? Because the whole thing about this story is that Pertwee is punished for his foibles, and you can't be punished for foibles you don't have. So a lot of the things we kind of say we don't like about Pertwee are kind of deliberately there, and they are sort of oddly likable in a way because he's such a big, imposing figure. Because he's such an effortlessly sort of large personality without being a sort of showy-offy one. I know he wears... Oh, Pat Gorman alert, by the way, and Pat Gorman doing some good acting. Credited as soldier. I think he should be credited as mechanic, but that's a whole different story. But nice to see Pat there as again, somebody, gathered for the Pertwee valedictory shindig, and another regular face from the era popping up to do his bit. I don't think of Pertwee as being a show-off because it fits him like a glove. There are some people who wear leather jackets. I'm not going to paraphrase Larry Turner, but she does say, isn't it, that Jimi Hendrix and John Pertwee can get away with those outfits and not really anybody else. But it's true, in other hands, those outfits and that presence of Pertwee would look too try-hard, would look a bit self-consciously wacky. It all fits Pertwee like a glove. As does that sort of slightly testy, patronising thing that he does, and yet I think he kind of gets away with it. I don't know why. Oh, I also like the way, by the way, that John Dirth looked for his unit pass when Pat Gorman asked him for him. He did it really sort of naturally, going, "Oh yeah, I've got it here somewhere," and then zapped him. I thought it was... got over the slightly annoying stuff that you have to do of, somebody breaking into a top secret establishment in the universe. I thought it really sold that and made it rather convincing because of the very naturalistic way that he did it and had that. It's probably not how you would exchange, not how somebody in a top secret military establishment would greet somebody just wandering around. But I bought that whole interaction. I think that was very nicely done. I like Sarah's outfit. I love Sarah's outfit later. I love the red and white striped thing. But I like her outfit here. Isn't she? I love the joy that she has in everything. She's so good. She's so good on every level. And so beautiful. I actually rather like Lupton's tweed jacket. Is he the only Doctor Who villain in it? I've got a tweed jacket. That was given to me. It was somebody's granddad's. I'm the sort of person that if your granddad dies and he's got a jacket, instead of throwing it away or giving it to Oxfam, you offer it. You go, I think Toby might like that. So most of my clothes throughout my life have been inherited because I've never really had much money, and people have always taken pity on my wardrobe, but also known that I'll probably accept things that most other people wouldn't. I don't care. He's pointing the gun quite well, Nicholas Courtney. There, he always had that thing, didn't he, of saying he didn't really like firing a gun, but he's done that all right. Although I would argue that the command to stop him being met with all right, well, I'll start shooting at him then. But that's a wonderfully John Pertwee Doctor Who thing. Said, stop shooting, you'll hit the car. And the Hoomobile looks great. And I love the way that when they drive off, John Pertwee stands on the side of Bessie. Only John Pertwee could... That just looks $1 million to me. That is Doctor Who to me, but it's John Pertwee's Doctor Who. He looks so... Isn't he such an elegant man of action? He really is. And as I say, it doesn't seem to try hard. There's nothing self-conscious about it. He absolutely inhabits that elegant, dandy man of action. And that's quite a combination of words to be the sort of human manifestation of. And I love the way that the Hoomobile goes at such a lick. I remember being, extremely impressed at the speed at which it was going. And Bessie is a joy, isn't she? I love Bessie. I love the fact that Bessie is called Bessie. And here we've got Pertwee with his helicopter. And do you know what? If Pertwee loves his gadgets, which he does, I think giving over half an episode to a whacking great chase with all these different things is the least you can give him. And as I say, I don't think everything has to be plot. Now, there are some Doctor Who stories where you go, well, not a line of this script is wasted. It's rigorous and fastidious and blah, blah, blah. But I think it's also, James Bond has loads of car chases and action sequences. Now, Doctor Who could never do anything like that because, every shot is $1 million like that in a James Bond film. They're ingeniously done, aren't they? But, this is the best you can do, on a children's tea time family TV show budget. And in that regard, this is kind of $1 million. We've got this brilliantly designed space car going at quite a lick, and Doctor Who in a mini helicopter, and now we've got a comedy policeman, Chubby Oates, who was quite a filthy comedian, I believe, very much of the old school. I probably wouldn't have really enjoyed much of what Chubby Oates did as a comic, but but that's okay. That's okay. I don't have a really filthy sense of humour, but anyone that gets up on stage and does what they do, it's not as easy as it looks. And he was highly regarded by a lot of the old school lot. I know that the last photograph of him alive, June Whitfield and Roy Hudd are both guffawing because he'd done a show in the daytime, I think, and then did he die on a park bench or did I make that up? I'm sure somebody he had a heart attack. I think he was done. He was only 63. I thought he was much older than that. But he was a stand-up comic. And the last picture is of June Whitfield and Roy Hudd guffawing, and then he went off and I think had a few drinks and I think keeled over on a park bench and was taken to hospital and died. But having, hopefully with the laughter still ringing in his ears, and he did loads of. But he was also a flatmate of Kelvin Mackenzie and taught him to type. So much as I admire Chubby's contribution to the world of comedy, I wish he hadn't taught Kelvin Mackenzie to type because I think the world might have been a better place. For listeners abroad, Kelvin Mackenzie was the editor-in-chief of the Sun newspaper. At the time, it was at its most egregious and is now quite a beastly and I would say slightly hypocritical public commentator. Anyway, let's not get into that. Chubby Oates, we all have our... Chubby Oates represents much... He's a terrible actor as well, but I think it kind of... I don't think it would work quite as well if he wasn't. He's definitely giving the sort of performance that a sort of day player of that time in sort of various sort of low budget movies or the odd episode of this and that might give, where there's a slight flatness behind the it's sort of slightly heightened and yet slightly flat. It doesn't have any grandiosity about it, but yet it kind of works. It kind of adds to the charm. And I'm not one of those people who's it's so bad it's good, because I think that's a little bit self-regarding sometimes. I like stuff that's good because it's good. I don't like. I don't get any joy in patronising something. But I'll allow the sort of reverse alcohol, and the way that he cocks his hat is pure day player. Beautiful, well done, Chubby. Oh, I found him thoroughly entertaining this time around. Good for you, Chubby. And the fact he's called Chubby Oates as well. You wouldn't get an actor called Chubby Oates these days. God bless you, Chubby. I hope he's having fun in the great... I don't feel very well. Well, wow, that's odd, because I've always sort of thought that was a bit that didn't quite work because it wasn't quite good enough. I'm thoroughly entertained by Chubby Oates this time round. But also I was, oh God, my skin crawled at the CSO that rendered the Whomobile. Again, I think we're in slightly remastered for DVD territory here. I think the tinkerers of the of the celluloid, it's not celluloid, is it? Whatever it is, the VT Warlocks have got their erasers out and perhaps made the fringing slightly less egregious. Can't do that with the haircuts though, can you, sweethearts? But also that it's obviously because of the lighting, I think, and the fact that it's on video when it's CSO'd. That's automatically a clash. Video laid onto film is oil and water, really. But also it's the lighting means it looks a slightly different colour too. He's got a very curious shambling gait, hasn't he? I think I started to talk about that. I think he's not. I don't think he's the healthiest of men at this stage, Dearth. And when you look at actors in things now, where every sod goes to the gym, and you can't even play a middle-aged dad without looking like you go 5 times a week lifting weights and being on the keto diet, which I've talked about that before. But he's just fallen over and they've kept it in. But he is the other end of the scale, where I don't think he could outrun a sloth, really, because he's not what you'd call the most athletic of quarries. Now, this is Michael Pinder, who's an actor that you might go, I've never seen him in anything before, because he's not an actor. It's Terry Walsh, in an excellent jumper. Of course, Terry Walsh is going to fall into something, and he's fallen into the water. But Michael Pinder, who's this guy here, who's just got zapped, he's not an actor. He's the guy that owned the boat or the hovercraft, and he gets a credit and a line. And I'm sure there's shenanigans going on there, because would he have been? I don't think he'd have been a member of Equity. And I don't think you normally, can we borrow a thing? Yes, so long as I can be in it. I think, most of the time there'd be like, no, you're all right. We'll just, pay you the usual BBC usage fee, and thank you very much. So, but anyway, Michael Pinder is the guy who owns the boat or the hovercraft or both. But plays Mr. Hopkins, who has one line and then gets zapped. So that's an interesting curio. A friend of mine has, I think, tracked him down. He's still around, so we must ask him. We must have a chat with Michael Pinder, the boatman, who, yes, is never in any other television programmes as an actor, because he's not an actor. He's the boat guy. Now, this stuff all looks good. And I remember, in the book, I remember the chapters of the book, the ending of each chapter of the book being really, really exciting, and I could sort of work out where the episodes ended. And this chase is quite a lengthy section and quite an exciting section in the book. I know a lot of people sort of go, well, they do all this chase, and then at the end he just disappears. But actually, it was like, we nearly got him, and then we didn't, rather than just that was a complete waste of time. So, I think it's. I suppose it depends what you feel about this sort of thing. I have total sympathy with anybody that goes, it's a bit into. It's nice seeing him so genuinely wet, though, isn't it? And that feels all real. Pertwee with the sort of crystals of water sticking to his mane and slightly blurring the camera. It feels real, And now I remember this being amazing. When I first saw it, I couldn't quite believe it. One, I didn't know that hovercrafts could go on land, but this comedy running over the tramp, played by Stuart Fell, he makes a very great tramp, doesn't he? I remember being absolutely flabbergasted when I first saw this. So here it is, and you go, "I'm not what? Hang on, he's run him over," because I didn't know how hovercrafts worked, but obviously the propellery bit is on the top. So, but your instinct is to go no, because you'd get either chopped to bits or squashed or something like that. But no, it's called a hovercraft. Idiot. But I remember that being a really shocking moment for me of kind of, oh my god. I still think it's rather fun, but this time it certainly didn't recapture the first time I saw it, where it seemed to me like a real bolt and moment out of the blue. And so Pert was, so now we're going to get to the end of the episode where it's basically been this protracted chase that comes to nothing. But that shows that it shows that the spiders can materialize. Well, we already know that we can materialize things. They can materialize things actually. So it's not a development really. But yeah, I can understand both camps. I can understand the camps that go, well, that was a fun celebration of all of Pertwee's desire for gadgetry, and also that was really self-indulgent and doesn't help the plot one bit. But it's well done. I mean, I think it feels slightly more comfortable watching it now because there's not that terrible disconnect between the studio and location when the Whomobile is laid onto the film footage, which I seem to recall looking much worse than that. When it was first out there. Well, that's a big debate in and of itself. Should restoration be making stuff look better to the modern eye? I'm a bit of a purist. I don't like the changing of the day for night in that jarring shot in the chase. But I'm not sorry, I have to say, to see the back of the really poor CSO. So, we're all hypocrites, aren't we? Well, maybe just I am. Maybe I'm just a hypocrite, in which case I'm very sorry. But what? So what do I like most about that? And also, I don't want to blow the fact that Annie and I are current. I'm currently in the lead because Annie and I said the same thing for episode 1. I mean, it is Sergeant Benton's last episode of the Pertwee era, and he does get a couple of great. He gets a lovely comedy moment, and he's the one that warns the Doctor about Lupton, and he gets the sort of Cheshire Cat smiling about making the second finest cup of coffee next to Mrs. Samuel Pepys. I don't know why, but I love the fact it's Mrs. Sam of all the people to be your rival in the caffeinating stakes. I was actually rather taken by Chubby Oates this time round, but he's not always done it for me, to be fair. But as I say, I'm slightly reluctant to be, to be patronising of going, well, the fact that he's actually not all that brilliant is kind of part of the charm. I'm always reluctant to go down that path because I'm not a talking head show where they go, well, it was so bad it was good, because I don't believe that. I believe that Doctor Who was good because it was good. But that has sort of added to it the charm of that moment. Oh, and the person he was speaking to at the other end of the radio was Barry Letts. That was Barry Letts' voice. So we have Barry Letts writing, directing, producing, and acting in an episode of Doctor Who, and it's episode 2 of Planet of the Spiders. And I love you, Barry Letts. I mean, I'm sure we will be discussing him at length. I mean, it's not much of a discussion, is it? It's just me rabbiting on, but you know what I mean. As this story progresses, because his presence looms large, and rightly so. He's one of the great figures of Doctor Who, Barry Letts, and what a wonderful man he was. I was very, very privileged to have been in his orbit. What a great man. What a decent man. So, what is my favourite thing? I think it has to be the fact, and I've got a soft spot for Sergeant Benton, and I know John Levine is a divisive figure, and I know John has occasionally done and said things that make you go, John, what are you doing? But he's a complicated fellow. His heart is in the right place. But sometimes his brain takes him to other ones. But I love, but I'm very fond of him. But irrespective of that, I love Sergeant Benton. I think Sergeant Benton consistently provides the moments of magic, and even the sort of flaggiest, middle episode of a slightly meandering Pertwee episode, Benton is on hand to provide just that little moment of magic, that little moment of charm, that little moment that only John Levine can do. So I think the fact that it's Benton's last episode of the Pertwee era, of which he has been such a key part, and the fact that within that episode he gets a comedy moment, gets a little bit of action, and he gets to make the second best cup of coffee. Don't you love that? The second best cup of coffee in the universe. That is going to be my moment for episode 2. That's a very personal one. I think I might be losing out now. I think Annie might well like the Minimoke or the Whomobile. The Whomobile is great. Yeah, I used to think it was called the Wombile. I'd see it written down. I thought it was called the Wombile until one day. But I used to think W.H. Smith was called Wordsmouth. And I knew there was a shop called W.H. Smith. I just thought I'd never seen it. I think I've said this in a podcast. And I remember saying, I don't know how to pronounce that. Wordsmouth. What's a funny name for a shop? I remember once visiting my nan and walking down Newbury High Street. And it suddenly struck me, oh, it's W.H. Smith. And it's same with the Wombile. I was like, what's the Doctor Who's car's called the Wombile? And then, oh no, it's Whomobile. It's the Whomobile. I think I might have even had to have heard it out loud, because for ages I thought it was called the Wombile. And I'm impressed with how speedily it goes. It is a pleasant surprise, because I think we're quite often used to vehicles in Doctor Who that can look quite impressive and then go at a snail's pace, or have to look speeded up, a la Bessie in The Time Monster, which looks a bit naff and a bit of a cheat. It actually genuinely looked like it was pounding along there. And I do like the moment where the hovercraft runs over the tramp, just because that was such a shock when I first saw it. And I like the way hovercrafts move. They look pretty cool, hovercrafts, don't they? But so Annie might choose any of those things. And now, so I mention them just so I can feel sorry for myself for being so near and yet so far. But I'm sticking with Sergeant Benton's cup of coffee.
So, part 2, what do we have there? Well, it has to be the chase. It has to be the chase. What can you not do? Something that basically takes almost half the episode and was probably entirely written in for John Pertwee's fun and benefit. So they start off with Lupton, being the baddie, driving Bessie away. And then, of course, it goes, oh, good heavens, the Doctor goes up on a gyrocopter, and then he takes to the skies in the Whomobile with a bit of aid of CSO, or chroma key as we call it now. And then, of course, Lupton goes to a hovercraft, and so the Doctor goes on to a speedboat, and it's literally a chase through land, sea and air, which culminates with Lupton disappearing. Where's he gone? Oh, and that's the cliffhanger. So that's episode 2.
Yeah. I mean, I should have kept it simple, shouldn't I? It's a big old chase. It's a celebration of Pertwee's love of gadgets, and it's pretty well done. And if you're of a mind not to like Planet of the Spiders, you can point to the chase as a shortcoming. And I'm sure I've done that in the past. But actually, watching it now in the zone that I'm in now and with the mindset I'm in now, I've found that perfectly good fun. I mean, obviously it's a slightly different experience because I'm chuntering all the way through it. But it worked for me. But I think I couldn't have in all conscience because of my vacillating relationship with this story, and the fact that I've felt pretty uncharitable towards it in the past. I think it would be dishonest of me to pick one of the things that I've been uncharitable about, even only mentally, only to myself, and suddenly go, oh yeah, well, it's got to be the chase, because I think previously I've probably gone on that blooming chase, which actually I thought worked really, really nicely. Gyrocopter. Is the gyrocopter the same as a mini moke? Don't write in, I don't care. Where have I got mini moke from? But it's definitely a gyrocopter. And I'm sure, I noticed when Lupton took off, I'm sure in the modern series they'd have made him swerve towards them, and you'd have had the sort of, he nearly chops their heads off with the thing. But that would have been really dangerous and hard to do in the way that the program was made then. But you'd probably add that slight level of jeopardy to that moment now, because you can actually pull that stuff off a lot quicker, and in more controlled environments, and you might do a cutaway in the studio or something like that and seamlessly meld it. But anyway, I just noticed that as an option that you would do to add to the drama now. I don't mind choosing Sergeant Benton's cup of coffee because I love it and I love him, and I think it was a more honest choice for me, even though of course I completely understand and sympathise and can see perfectly why Annie has chosen the chase, which is the standout moment of the episode, really. So in terms of playing the game, I've just been really stupid. I've been I've been slightly slow and half-witted, but I've kept my sense of humour, and that is appropriate. But that I did those things and chose Sergeant Benton, because that's him in a nutshell. So that's me signing off on behalf of Sergeant Benton in the Pertwee era. I'm proud to have chosen him for episode 2 because he was such an important part of the era, and I do really like what he does. And he, a bit like Chubby, he's not the best actor, John Levine, but as Benton, I think he is perfect. I think the fact that he is who he is, and the fact that the performance has the slight limitations that it has, actually informs the character in a way, and that there's an element of Benton and John Levine of somebody who's slightly in order, maybe feeling slightly out of their depth, trying their very hardest, and that's something that I think we always admire. I think it's quite a British thing of sort of somebody perhaps not having all of the equipment to do this thing, but giving it a damn good try anyway, and you emerge, I think, with a bit of with your honour intact, and a bit of admiration for doing that in a sort of plucky and likable way. So that's why I like Sergeant Benton. And again, I hope that doesn't feel too patronising, because I don't like that thing of going, I like it because it's a bit naff. It's not that at all. It's more that I like it because it represents somebody, really giving it their all, and like Doctor Who, not necessarily having all the things to carry off the ambition of what the script is asking it to do, but having a go anyway, and using a bit of invention and a bit of charm and some bloody hard work to make it as good as it can possibly be. And I think that's what John Levine does with his performance as well. So to me, John Levine and Sergeant Benton are an utter encapsulation of the charm and the humour and the likability of Doctor Who. And I think it is charming and funny and likeable. And so that's why I chose it for that. But now, because I know you're creeping up on me, just before you get to me, I'm going to disappear, and you'll find that my seat is empty and I'm no longer here. Well, I've just got off my hovercraft and come back into my living room to continue watching Planet of the Spiders, which has been very enjoyable so far. For those who aren't keeping up, I've the Pertwee era is unfortunate in my eyes in that almost every single one of the stories was for me first experienced as a target book, and then failed to live up to what my imaginary forces had done to conjure it in my mind's eye, and the addition of Flair's messy hair and from one kind of fringe to another, the fringing of the CSO, has always made it made my the hairs on the back of my neck sort of itch a little bit and made me slightly uncomfortable. And then when I did Running Through Corridors with Rob Shearman, watching them on a weekly basis and watching the era all the way through, I got a much greater understanding and I think appreciation of them. And I always loved season 7, by the way. But that was partially because I think the stories were either so different or I hadn't actually read the books. But we'll get onto that when we do season 7. But Planet of the Spiders was one of the early books, was one of the best books, was a really exciting story, and I got it on video, but I got episode 6 first, which was terribly disappointing. For all sorts of reasons I'll talk on when we get to episode 6. And then I got it much later. I got the rest of it. And certainly enjoyed the first couple of episodes more than the rest, which is unfortunate for us because now we are on part 3. Now, I'm never going to lie through all of this, but I'm going to, I am here to accentuate the positive, and I was in a great mood when we did parts 1 and 2. It's lovely to have Annie Wallace on board. I was delighted when I found out Annie was one of us, and then when she agreed to do the podcast, even more so. So I'll never lie, but I'm here to accentuate the positive, and I think a bit of positive thinking, and trying to appreciate what the makers were doing. And, I know people who I love and respect and who I know are very intelligent and people of good taste who absolutely adore this story. So, let's not say it's impossible to love. It is one of the more popular. I don't think it's as popular now as it once was. But anyway, let's get into it. But just be aware that I'm going into this slightly nervously, but that I'm not going to pretend to like anything I don't. I never do that in this. But I always try and sift through an episode, even that I think is detritus. I try and sift through it and find a flash of gold here and there. But I will never go, oh, I quite like that costume. If I don't, I'll ignore the costume and go, but that person's got excellent teeth, and or whatever. So let's see how we do, because previously for me, this is where I have found the story a challenge. And we'll find out why. But listen, I come to praise Planet of the Spiders, not to bury it. So let's see what we can do about the whole praising thing in 3, 2, 1. So it becomes a very different story this week, doesn't it? I mean, the Metabilis thing is a wonderful gag, isn't it? In a way, we had the whole build-up in the before the Green Death, and then he goes to Metabilis 3, and there's a completely sort of pointless, film sequence that looks like it went to a lot of effort to basically have the joke of going, this famous blue planet of the Actian galaxy that he keeps banging on about. It's an absolute hellhole of tendrils and spears, but the Doctor gets a beautiful crystal. And, that's nice. He's got a nice crystal, and it obviously it has properties that are useful in the Green Death, and the fact that has all now come back, to round off the era, I think is very pleasing, and it gives a shape to the Pertwee era that that is rather satisfying, and really feels like, and because it's not just Pertwee, but it's Pertwee and the unit lot, and we know that Terence Dix and Barry Letts were a fine partnership, who were simpatico and who remained friends. They had fish and chips every Friday up until Barry died. So it's fair to say that Barry Letts had a vision, and he was a very, very nice man. Was Barry Letts? He was a man of good intent. He wanted to, and there is a sort of moral rigor to his stories, not just the Buddhist thing, which I know is a very ham-fisted, even though I was talking with my mouth, not my hand, but you know what I mean, a way of describing something that has a lot to recommend it. If you are, dare I say it, a better person than I love the idea of meditating and finding inner peace, but I have far too itchy feet. I like the genuine sweat on John Dirth's face here. He really does look like a kind of normal guy, who's it's probably, you can imagine he's got a vest on underneath, and he doesn't have a shower. He just takes his polo neck off and sort of washes his armpits, then puts his polo neck back on. But he's got a great face, a really sort of lived-in face. And that's a nice little sort of out of focus change of scene from Lupton to the spiders. I think the Queen Spider is a lovely prop. She's got a very I could say a very prominent back end, but she's a good shape, and she's got individual hairs on her legs, and I quite like what they do with Lupton's face here. They're trying to do that sort of it's a bit similar to an effect they had in the Claws of Axos, isn't it? But it's gone to a bit of effort to make sure it's not just a floating head. It's sort of coalescing and moving, and it's not just completely still, which kind of then sort of covers up the CSO element of it, because it's sort of saying, well, it's supposed to be slightly sort of shimmery and slightly strange. I like the ambition of doing that, even though it's not amazing. It's very blue though, this story, and I don't know if I don't dislike the colour blue, but with Pertwee's jacket being very purple as well, and I know it's the famous blue planet, so it has to be blue. But I don't know. It's not a colour palette that particularly excites me, whereas you can do things with sort of blue lighting effects and shadow and stuff like that. But I think that. Yeah, I don't know. I think they could have done a bit more there. But anyway, we're not concentrating on the things they could have done slightly better. This feels like a real place. And he's a real person. There's a bit of CSO, but having done the one with the. That CSO is the sort of thing that the younger me would have really sort of gone, well, I'm definitely not showing this to my friends at school. Not my friends. Friends of school were queuing up to watch old Doctor Who. But having done the maggots, I think having then going, well, let's do spiders was a fantastic idea. And of course we know that they had a more effective special effect spider that they decided not to use. Now, Kevin Lindsay, it's nice to see him here because he's so good as Lynx the Sontaran, which I think is one of the best monster performances in the whole of Doctor Who. He was an Australian. Forgive me if I'm repeating myself from the time era. He was also the partner of the guy that ended up being Nigel Hawthorne's life partner when Nigel Hawthorne died, and because it was terrible. I read about this afterwards. I think Paul Eddington mentions it in his book. That Nigel Hawthorne, wonderful English actor from Yes Minister, when he died, because they were a gay, not married couple, because I think it was, it was before civil partnerships, or only at the very early days of them. No, I think it was actually before. It was before. Had to sell the house because he wasn't entitled to anything under law, because he was a partner in a gay relationship. A reminder that recent history, that our society allowed things to happen that we now look on and just think, well, that could never happen here. It did happen here in our lifetimes and was awful. I quite like the fact that Lupton isn't a sort of an unstable base commander, or somebody who's a scientist who's gone bad. A great man who has overreaching ambition. That's what a lot of big stories are, isn't there? They're about people who are in positions of power who have who because of that overreach themselves. Whereas this guy's just slightly pissed off. What is he, insurance salesman? And it's not supposed to be the focus, really. We get this backstory to give to give Tommy a chance to nick the crystal. Oh no, that's funny. I said that thing about I imagine him washing his armpits or whatever. I'd forgotten that this scene is actually about him washing his face and washing. He doesn't do his armpits. I don't think people in Doctor Who have armpits. It's a children's program, everybody. I really like Christopher Burgess here. I like the way he says, "I just came here to find peace of mind." Christopher Burgess has a very broken quality about him. As he got older, he played sort of slightly becardiganed, again, slightly sort of broken sort of characters. He's actually got a very nice part in Joss's Giants. Do you remember the football thing, which also has Jenny McCracken in it, and they're both Barry Letts regulars, although Barry Letts had nothing to do with Joss's Giants. But Christopher Burgess has that voice that slightly cracks, and I think he's absolutely perfectly cast here. Now is the time to wheel out the fact that he was one of those people that I never got to interview, and actually had given up all hope of, because he was poorly in the same facility that Richard Franklin lives in, Charterhouse. A sort of retirement home, old almshouse place, and also an actor called Robert Aldous, who was in the Dalek Invasion of Earth, and Robert said, Christopher Burgess is here, but he's got emphysema, he's quite I think he got dementia as well, he's in the hospital. I go and visit him, and I said, I'd love to chat to him, and he said, well, I'll ask him, and he said yes, but it was the summer holidays. And so I said, well, I'll call you when I've had the kids and done all that. And in the course of that sort of 2 or 3 week break, I got an email from Robert saying that Christopher had passed away. I don't think I was going to get an interview out of him. I think it was just nice to go and say hello. He was at drama school with Bernard Kay and Maurice Perry, who was Captain Dent in Colony in Space at the Bristol, not the Bristol Old Vic, the Old Vic in London. And yes, always had that slightly wretched quality about him that as I say, as he got older, he sort of you see him occasionally in the bill as a sort of slightly sort of threadbare neighbour or whatever. Now this is great. I think I because Lupton is just a slightly irritated salesman. I like the fact that they give him this sort of slightly fractious relationship with that spider looks great there. You are clever Lupton. I like the fact that he's able to mentally turn the tables on the spider, but then when she goes, "Oh, you're quite clever," and he says, "I'm cleverer than most people here," and you go, "Oh, you arrogant sod." It's a nicely varied dynamic, and I think you kind of slightly admire him there, and then he blows it all by saying he's cleverer than most people here, and you go, you're a bitter salesman who's ended up in a Buddhist retreat because you're slightly sort of washed up and regretful, and you can't run properly. But nonetheless, I think this is a great episode for Lupton, who I think becomes increasingly less well served by the story. John Pertwee with his very bouffant hair. I, d- I do love Sarah Jane's costume. The time is it'll all be the same in 100 years. Now that's a bit of a callback to the Demons, isn't it? Where Bert the landlord goes, "All be same in 100 years, sir," and Doctor Who goes, "I can assure you it won't be." But that there, it's a sort of country bumpkin being, officious and deliberately holding up the impatient city boys, whereas here it's the same sentiment, but it's actually being imparted as wisdom, because we're definitely on the side of the Tibetan attitude here in this story, and it's a very interesting thing to consider, because this story is about regeneration and rebirth, and I love that tinkly bell thing. Yeah, I oh, and of course the spider voices are Izan Churchman, voice of Alpha Centauri, and Kismet Delgado, another example of Barry Letts's decency. Remember Jenny McCracken, who's in Carnival of Monsters, telling me that her agent had gone bust and basically disappeared with a load of money that he owed her. So he immediately, Barry Letts, got her a job on a 9-part series or something like that, that meant that she was tided over, that meant that she could get herself back on the feet, that meant that she was okay. And I think he sort of twisted the rules slightly, because Kismet Delgado wasn't an actress. Roger Delgado didn't marry a member of the profession who was doing lots of work elsewhere. Kismet Delgado is an actress with an IMDb credit because she was a widow who had no insurance payout because her husband, because he was a pro, when the unit car didn't show up at the airport to take him, he jumped in a cab with other members of the crew, but because it was a cab, it wasn't insured, whereas a unit car would have been. So when it went over the ravine and killed him, he was not covered by the film or the TV show's insurance, so she got no payout. So the reason she's one of the voices of the Spiders is because Barry Letts was a thoroughly decent man, and it was his way of getting her some cash together. Which is I think that wonderful voice actor Robert Rietti, I think he wrote a letter to the stage asking for financial help for Kismet. I think I came across that in one of my disappearances down the rabbit hole of dead actor factoids. That is what I call a hobby of mine. He's so good. I interviewed John Kane over he lives in France. He's got a massive collection of DVDs that Ed Stradling told me. He said he's got so many DVDs. He said even if I started watching these all now, I wouldn't have time to finish watching them before I die, and yet I still keep buying DVDs. I sympathise. His daughter Susie Kane is an excellent comic actress. Well, she's an excellent actress, but she specialises in sort of comedy, cameo support, character roles in good quality comedy. Pops up in a few things. She's really good. And his son Simon Kane, I think, is a writer. So he's kept it going. I love the lighting down here. I actually Rochelle Selwyn's sets, which whereas I wasn't overly complimentary about Spiderville on Metabilis. I think her sets for the scene set on Earth are really, really good. Yeah, come on. And it's not. I think Terence Lodge here, who plays Moss, I think he's the only one of Lupton's other cronies to be in this episode. And he's a wonderful actor. He's Aurum in... you certainly did. I like the way he says that. He's Aurum in Carnival of Monsters, who is one of the greatest Doctor Who characters of all time. But he's also in the Macroterra as Medoc. And actually occasionally took a break from acting, but Barry Letts uses him and again. But he's excellent in some early Avengers. And he's also in the Age of Kings, the Shakespeare that the BBC did in the 60s. He's a really high quality actor, but sort of was in and out of the business, and sadly he's not too well at the moment. Now that's a really good attempt at an effect. It doesn't quite work because the CSO is awful. I love Sarah's outfit. I do like a stripe, and I do like a red and white stripe, and I think I like that red and white stripe because it's also on the cover of the book. It's a shame because that could be a good shot, that one of Lupton on the background, but the CSO is so bad it's not fooling anybody. and this knows that. But you have to appreciate the ambition. Instead of having Sarah disappear and reappear, it kind of, because the camera was behind her, it sort of showed the change in her perspective. So it's an attempt to do something slightly more interesting with that companion is transported from one place to another. It's a bold effort. You can't fault ambition, but it doesn't quite work. But at least Barry Letts his, it's not a case of this'll do. It's a case of how can we make this a little bit more interesting of these sorts of things that become tropes of this sort of stuff if we're not too careful. He's got a great face, Pertwee, hasn't he? Those wonderful sparkling smiley crow's feet that he's got. Now here we are on Metabilis 3, which in theory really works. And I would say in practice doesn't quite. It's yeah. So here's the beautiful Joanna Munro, who I think is very young here, 1920, who went on to have a fantastic career. I was delighted to get the chance to interview her relatively recently. Fact fans, it was on the day that Tim Pigott-Smith died, because I was greeted by that news when I came out of the interview. But she was on That's Life, so she's an actress / presenter, and it's an early role for her. So when that's a good attempt to have a kind of sort of cliff edge thing going on. Oh, but here's Jenny Laird, who has an acting or had an acting prize named after her at RADA, Best Actress, Best Performance in a Small Role, but who had no mean career. The film Black Narcissus, she is excellent in. In fact, I looked at a couple of things she was in after this, because you might see an actress at the end of their career, something's happened, they've lost their mojo, and you get a performance like this. She's fine, she's great in an episode of Secret Army. It's not a massive part, but it's a performance. This, what she does here, isn't even a performance. And a few people have said, well, maybe she thought that she was rehearsing, but no, because it's not a lazy performance. It's not a performance. It's like she's been whacked on the back of the head. And I mean that, there's a real attempt to give a sense of scale there. This does feel like a big sort of open square, but and then the model work behind is suggesting that's the landscape of the planet. But and here's a thing that's gone wrong. This is Walter Randall speaking, but he's speaking with Max Faulkner's voice. Now, I don't know if they mentioned this in the production text. Whoever was doing it, I think it might have been Nick Pegg, I emailed back and forth and I said, have you noticed this? I think they'd asked me about one of the actors. That sometimes happens with the production text. And I said, have you noticed what's going on there? And I think what must have happened is something had gone wrong with the sound. And somebody must have made a note and gone, we need to do some ADR with the guard captain. And that you've just heard there is Walter Randall's actual voice. But But Max Faulkner is a guard captain in the next episode or a couple of episodes' time. And my theory is that they went, you need to get the guard captain back in because we can't hear his big speech. And they got the wrong guard captain in, which is why Walter Randall's words don't quite match his mouth. And also, it's not his voice. Because I don't think it's that they didn't like his performance and dubbed it with somebody else. Because otherwise, where do you stop with that? I think there must have been an initial sound mistake. Then they just got the wrong guy in because it's too much of a coincidence that it's also a guy that plays guard captain just in a different episode. But anyway, I'm quite pleased that I spotted that, and if it is in the production subtitles, that's because of me. No, I shan't. You shan't take him. I mean, and then that sort of terrible running. My husband, my love. Why did you? Why? I mean, my goodness. I mean, I think it's possibly... Yeah, I mean, I think he's just as apter for acting alone there. I mean, as I say, I'm not even sure it can be called acting. I think it is a contender for the worst performance in the whole history of Doctor Who. And there have been some bad performances in sort of small parts where, an extra's been given a couple of lines. Walter Randall was just waiting there for her to come out. So it's kind of having trouble, isn't it? The story, because you get to Metebelis, and I remember reading, the cast list when I got the episode guide or whatever, and you go, it's got Gareth Hunt, who's actually fine in this, who's an actor who's done a lot. It's got Rafe Arliss, who was in John Mills's Quatermass. I'd seen him play Sebastian in The Tempest. To the Prospero of Bernard Bresslaw. You can see that these guards are going to have a fight. One's Alan Chuns and one's Stuart Fell. They're both going to do a tumble. So there's a bit of Walter Randall's own voice. I love the Pertwee etiquette to, there's no... he's really good. He's not patronising or slightly sparkling or doing a bit of a nod and a wink. I'm talking to a spider. She's the Queen. He's addressing her as the Queen. I think he's absolutely brilliant at that. It's a really good spider. That I think that's for this period in the show's history, I think is really good. And here's a bit of the Terry Walsh. I'm assuming that's the Terry Walsh Doctor. But Pertwee really is. He does deliver on all fronts, really, doesn't he? He's he's charming. He's a sort of credible ambassador. Oh yes, he gets zapped here. There we go. Now was that? I was going to say I've got a feeling that was supposed to be the end of the episode. That is the end of the episode. But hereafter, episode endings go a little skew-if. As I say, we get to Metebelis. Look, Mike Yates gets top guest billing, or third regular billing, whichever you decide. Dear old Terence Lodge. Yeah, he's not too well now, sadly. I did interview him for Who's Round, and then went back to interview him for the Macra Terror Blu-ray, and I think in the end I can't bear to listen to my own voice. much as I might give the impression I like the sound of my own voice, the opposite is true. I think I keep saying things so I can't hear it. I don't know how it works, but anyway, Terry, bless him, had agreed to the interview for Macra Terror, and when we got there, we were there for a long time and we tried very hard, but he was he basically said the same thing for the whole session, really. Just kept telling us the same 2 or 3 stories, bless him. And I think then later, not very long afterwards, went into a home where he is now. But he's okay. He's been looked after, and a lovely guy, great, and because he's quite sort of small and weedy and has those sort of big back teeth and that slightly full mouth. You think, oh, maybe he's just somebody who can play sort of slightly, weaselly kind of characters, but he's actually got a lot more presence and a lot more versatility and a lot more spark than that. Actually, he's an actor of slightly more heft than his physicality sometimes allows, and there's been a couple of performances of his that have really surprised me because of their strength. And he's a great servant to Doctor Who. But Medoc is the sort of he is the sort of slightly panicky guy who sees the macra, isn't he? And Aurum is the sort of snivelling lackey. Love that performance. Oh, I can't wait to do Carnival of Monsters, which somebody has claimed but still not sent me their contribution to, and that's actually been chosen by somebody who's been in Doctor Who. So I need to do a round robin of the people that have agreed to do this and not sent their videos. Now, I'm aware that I probably went a bit around the houses there, for which I apologise. I think I was more facts and compromises there than perhaps things that were amazing. So I have to think about something that I really liked about episode 3. Well, there's a few things. I like the fact we got to spend a bit of time with Lupton, and the fact that he has that. He's not just in the thrall of the spider. He's got his own mental backbone. Can you have that? His cerebellum is fortified. I was going to say by spunk then, because he's a. You say somebody's got spunk if they're, they've got a bit of chutzpah and a bit forceful. But I think cerebellum is fortified by spunk is perhaps not the sort of phrase we want in a family show. Not one that has followers who will leap on every possibility for a double entendre and bang it for all it's worth. So I like that back and forth. I actually think the spider props are pretty good. Shame about the CSO. I love the way that John Pertwee speaks to the Queen like she's a queen, and he's really and he does that in Frontier in Space as well, doesn't he? He knows the decorum of the draconian court. Sometimes the Doctor goes into places of pomp and circumstance and undercuts that, and I like that. I like the anarchist Doctor who sort of goes, well, I don't stand on ceremony for anybody. I cock a snoop to authority. You have to prove that you're worth respect. But I also, at the same time, I do like a bit of decorum, and I do like people behaving properly and following certain protocols, because I believe that sort of sometimes that stuff can sort of hold us all together and remind us that we're not the most important person in the world, and I think sometimes we need to bear that in mind as well. And I like the way that Pertwee is a natural when it comes to respecting the sort of the way that you behave. And royal protocol and things like that, and I think because it fits him particularly like a glove, and it doesn't work against the fact that the Doctor is also this naughty anarchist when the Doctor wants to be. So, but I think is it going to be? So I'm tossing up between the spider props, particularly the Queen Spider. John Pertwee talking to the Queen, because that's the bit that's making me smile the most. But I also do have a grudging appreciation for Lupton. I like the fact that he washes his face and his hands, and he's got a bed, and it just seems all quite real. And the fact that he's not. Somebody of high status. He's not. He's not a fallen prince. He's not a base commander. He's not a genius who's misunderstood, or who's had a taste of power and wants a bit more. He's just a slightly broken, underachieving, middle-aged man who's gone, sod it, I want a bit of power. not for any great motivation, not for and the slights are so pathetic, isn't it? I work for these people and they work me really hard and didn't really respect me very much. It's hard, it's hardly a metaphysical woe, and that makes it sort of, but it's deliberate. I don't think they've gone, who can we get to be the villain? How about a frustrated middle management type who's been put out to pasture? Because that's the most exciting kind of baddie we can think of. I think it's deliberately, the bathos there is quite deliberate, because you could have had him that he was a former minister that had fallen on hard times and was trying to get his glory back. But we spend a lot of Doctor Who time, in the corridors of power. I quite like it that we have somebody who's just a guy with a job. So I suppose because he is ill-served elsewhere, and I don't think it's a perfect performance. It's quite a strange performance in places, but I think it has enough, and I think particularly in this episode, especially as he turns the mental attack back on the spider. I wonder if I will say the combination of what Lupton stands for, his relationship with the spider, and aspects of John Dirth's performance. And I liked him having a sweaty face when he came in, and I liked the way he washed his arms. It seemed unusually sort of real to me. And I did like the way he did the unit pass thing in episode 2 as well, didn't I? And he might have a perfectly good reason for not being very good at running. So shall I say Lupton, or because it's Pertwee's last story? I do feel I sometimes overlook the Doctors. I do like the way that Pertwee talks to the Spider Queen. But maybe Pertwee will be my overall thing at the end. I'm just because I think this is probably his best episode, I'm going to go for Lupton for the reasons I explained. But it's a compromise choice, because I don't think he's 100% successful, but I think in this episode we get him at his best. We get the best of him. He fulfills his potential, I think, here. Ironically, for a character who feels that that's what he hasn't done. What does Annie think? What's Annie Wallace chosen for episode 3?
Episode 3, we are on Metebelis. We see Metebelis 3 now, and it is astonishing. It's a barren place, and the biggest kind of shock, I suppose, is when you first see the Spider Council. These spiders all sat on cushions, not on cushions, on a kind of raised platform. And they are the rulers of Metebelis 3, who were domestic spiders carried on a spaceship, but mutated by the power of the crystals. Yeah, this is important later on. And I think just seeing them there, it was like, wow, that's quite scary, because they were big. They were big. And yes, you could tell kind of that they were puppets, because, they didn't move as elegantly as they could have done. Doesn't matter to a 9-year-old. 9-year-olds know that things are puppets, but they still go for them, don't they? It's like, yeah, I'm going to buy into the fact that that's an animated hand puppet. And so I did. Great, that's spiders. Wow, scary. So that was the big reveal there of part 3.
And I love the way that Annie sort of is explaining the various plot elements that we're going to come back to later. We're getting a sort of previously on and a little bit of a commentary, which I'm liking. And because Annie is a very talented actress, I think you're getting a lovely performance of it too. Yes, I suppose that the spiders themselves are a great idea, and maybe if I'd thought about it more intelligently, having had the success with the maggots, that the idea of now going spiders and preying on people's fear of spiders is a very smart move of the production, and a great story to tell within the Doctor Who context, and they make some very nice models. I suppose I've got to be honest though with myself and go, it's always been a bit like pulling teeth for me, that a lot of those sequences, because of the CSO, which is something that haunted my childhood. I can never quite shake it, although, as I said, loving the Queen. So maybe, and I really like Annie's sentiment there, where she pointed out that, 9-year-old, because I don't know, I don't remember, I didn't watch it at a young enough age to know whether I would have been convinced or not. But Annie's saying that when she watched it as a child, she knew they weren't real, but was prepared to suspend disbelief because you're a child and you accept things. And I think there's something that we need to talk about, actually, as viewers, about when we decided that everything had to be realistic. Now, the idea that you'd have a compromised effect or whatever is, an anathema to television makers. You would never. Whereas with Philip, when I talked to Philip Hinchcliffe about Who's Doctor Who Revisited, he was talking about saying, I think he says in the documentary, we work on the proviso that 50% of our special effects will kind of work. But we have a go at 100%, but we think 50% is a good hit rate. So we're ambitious and we try, but we're not overly worried if we fail, not because we're lazy and not because we don't have the ambition, but because we trust that the audience know what we're suggesting and they are prepared to do the rest of the work, which is what you do in a theatre. You know that person's not going out of a door when they walk into the wings or whatever, and you see them go off and they maybe stop acting. If I'm thinking of the Royal Exchange, where I am in Manchester here, it's a theatre in the round. So, obviously they walk past you and they're no longer in the drama, but they have to get from where they are on the stage to what is outside of the theatre space, and you make a compromise. But if the emotion is real enough and the drama has been convincingly parlayed, you as an audience member have that cognitive dissonance of going, well, I know I'm in a theatre and this isn't real, and that person is now leaving the stage and going to that place that I hang around and bought an ice cream just now, and going, oh my God, I'm moved by this situation, or I find this situation very tense, or isn't this a hilarious farce, or whatever. And that relies on you, the audience, having good faith. And as a comedian, I'm big on this, because a comedy gig can fail if you as the audience want it to, and some do. And it's not always that's not always a failure of the comedian, because if it's like when you see somebody there with their arms folded, go on then, make us laugh. You go, I never will now, because you have set up a situation where I am up against it. You can ruin this for me. Now, sometimes you can get out of that because you can do a bit of back and forth and the rest of the audience can get behind you or whatever. But a gig is fairly easy to torpedo if that faith between audience and performer breaks down. And I think that the audience and television makers enjoyed a similar sort of faith when I was growing up watching television, that you knew that Juliet Bravo's police station was a sort of three-walled set, but you also believed that everything you were watching was taking place in a police station, because you didn't say to the television makers, unless you convince me that this is real, I am not going to believe the drama that plays out within it. And I remember an old and wise comic, Jeff Innocent, who's not a classic TV fan or anything like that, but I remember him saying to me, when was it that television decided that everything had to be totally 100% believable? Because production values have got so much better, and there's the idea that an audience today would watch something where there was something that wasn't realistic looking, so would then take you out of the drama, would be unacceptable, would not be transmittable really today. And I'm not sure that we've benefited from that. I don't see. I mean, I suppose it's better, isn't it, that television has got technically better. But I always think if an audience, uses the muscles between its ears, does it? But then again, all the television today is brilliant, and audiences aren't stupid. So maybe it's just me being nostalgic or maybe it's me even patting ourselves on the back for going, well, we could watch this, and even though maybe I'm giving us credit for a skill that you don't need anymore. So why miss it when actually television is now technically so much better? You don't have to worry about that. And maybe there's some truth in that. Maybe I've just talked myself out of a great theory I had about television being brilliant when it wasn't necessarily realistic. But I don't think audiences gain anything from saying, well, I can, the onus is all on the television maker. I think as an audience, you have to collude in the illusion. Yeah. And also have good faith, It's hard to make television. Just technically, it's hard to make television. That if a coherent piece of television is actually quite a hard thing to put together. So the fact that so much of it is as good quality as it is, and I respect people who make things, I think, and so I get touchy when stuff is dismissed on what I think is an unnecessary basis, maybe. I don't respect, and I think that goes down to that kid who was paranoid about CSO, meaning that his friends would laugh at his program that he loved, and that's partially because I thought bad CSO looked bad as well, but that doesn't matter. But I think it's all comes from me being protective of Doctor Who, but also of me saying, well, it's obvious that CSO is not very good, so why do you have to spend so much time sort of chortling at it and laughing at it and dismissing it? Why don't you just get over that and then, try and see through that and into actually the more important aspects of the storytelling? But that's because this is my thing and I love it. And it's interesting. I've done this sort of defensive monologue about people not seeing the best in things on an episode that I've been largely critical of. So I'm probably a terrible hypocrite with double standards. Or am I? I don't know. It doesn't really matter, does it, in the great scheme of things? Don't say that, because that means that this is all a colossal waste of our time. Oh, dear. I'll tell you what, I think I'm going to go away. I really enjoyed episode 1 and 2, and I actually thought I did quite a good job of the commentary on episodes 1 and 2. I don't think I've done a particularly good job on episode 3, which is annoying because I felt like I was on a roll. So I think I'm going to go away and become reborn as a new man for episode 4, which would be thoroughly appropriate considering the story that we're watching. So I'm not going to go and shout at myself for my own shortcomings. I'm going to turn the air blue, which once again is very appropriate. Well, hello everybody. It's time for episode 4 of Planet of the Spiders. I had a bit of a lapse last episode where I failed to choose the spiders as the best thing of episode 3, which I think on balance I probably should have done. Well, on balance and on account of the fact that that's what our super special guest Annie Wallace did choose. So, but also I think I struggled a little bit to keep it relevant and also to do the thing that I'm supposed to be doing here, which is to accentuate the positive. I do find life on Metabilis 3 tricky. I won't be moving there anytime soon. The locals don't speak my language. Well, I mean, they speak my language, but they don't speak it very convincingly, and a couple of them don't do anything very convincingly at all. And there's a lot of noisy CSO, which would distract me from my work. But anyway, let's see if Planet of the Spiders episode 4, now that we've got over the culture shock of the Metabilis blues, let's see if we can enjoy what is being offered by part 4. Oh, yeah. Okay, in 3, 2, 1. Oh, no. Let's see if we can enjoy part 4 of Planet of the Spiders. I think the real shock of Planet of the Spiders actually is that for Pertwee's last story, these last 3 episodes, production-wise, have a bit of a mare, because I mean the CSO that we can see is pretty grotty. Some of it was so bad that Barry Letts decided not to use it, which meant that these 3 episodes all come in massively under time, so none of them have got the right cliffhangers. Lots of them have a lot of repeat material from previous episodes, and so we've got 3 episodes now, which probably have material for 2 and a little bit. And that's a shame, because that must have been for all, for the hard work that they've done, for the whole of the era. And what's interesting is I think the reason that was a surprise to me is because, Doctor Who production people had been doing interviews for quite a while now, and, talked about the Pertwee era and how it ended, and, how this might have had Delgado in it and all this sort of stuff. But there was never until we got into much more detail later on in DVD ranges and things like that, we were never given the impression, we were given the impression that, Ambassadors of Death was a tricky production. Actually, I don't think that shows as much as shows here. And in fact, I think Ambassadors had the opposite effect to me, is that when I watched Ambassadors, which I was expecting to be a mess, I was amazed at what an absolutely fantastic production it is. Whereas this one, Barry Letts, I'd never sort of read a kind of, we did this final story with these giant spiders, and the giant spiders effects were this, and we did this, and we took him to Metebelis 3, and blah, blah, blah. And there was never a kind of, we had to really cobble together the last 3 episodes because we didn't have enough material, because we cut bits out because bits didn't work. So Walter Randall, by the way, I did have a theory until, because the way he says "chigan" here, I was slightly worried that I for a while I had a theory that perhaps he'd put on a really sort of cod, sort of mock Tibetan kind of, or Oriental kind of accent, because of the way he says "chigan." That I thought maybe that's the reason that he's been dubbed, but actually when you hear him calling Arak outside and a couple of the other lines that he has, he's not doing that. That was my imagination, but I did entertain the idea that maybe he'd been dubbed because he'd been slightly offensive. But then again, I think to even though it's a game attempt, I think the same effect is really kind of had by Kevin Lindsay's accent, so that it doesn't actually hold water. But it was a theory I entertained for a while. But Walter Randall, of course, goes back to the early days. Walter Randall was a favourite of Douglas Camfield, although he was first cast by John Crockett in the Aztecs. It was South African, I think, and but the reason, so he's actually more associated with the Hartnell era because he's Ella Keir in The Crusade, and he's in the Daleks' Master Plan, but he's Slocum in Inferno. But he also I think he and John Pertwee had a restaurant together, or he had a restaurant, and Pertwee owned. Had a holding in it, and I know because Julian Glover told me that he used to eat there a lot. He said it was all right. So that was Walter Randall, who is then interviewed on the Aztecs DVD and hasn't done his shirt up properly, and you can see his tummy. It's a funny old thing, that. But yes. And he's an interesting actor because sometimes he's good and sometimes he's not, and I think a lot of Camfield favourites are a bit like that. Now this I I think this I sometimes don't give the script of this story its credit, because of course we're setting up now. I think the way that it feeds in things like this, we're re-establishing the character of Tommy, and that's useful in that scene because it's showing that Lupton's guys are worried about the absence of Lupton, and they've lost their way a little bit. But Tommy interrupts them to show why they have to be a little bit furtive as well. But there's a do not disturb sign on, so Barnes says the casual thing that you say if you're angry with somebody who's interrupted something and you've got a sign outside saying it. He says, "Can't you read?" And of course, Tommy can't read. And then we have that little scene to re-emphasize the fact that Tommy can't read, which has become a vital importance, particularly in this episode. So I think that's very neatly woven back into the story. Gareth Hunt's a bit of a legend, isn't he? I mean, he was, by the time I was conscious of him, he was famous for the Nescafe adverts where people would shake the coffee beans. Well, good sort of recognisable actors, Diane Keane, Gareth Hunt, and so then he sort of sent up that persona a little bit later. But he'd been a good solid straight actor, and I'm sure. Is it the Michael Winner film Parting Shots, in which he's got quite a small part? But somebody. I think it got so many bad reviews, but there's one review where somebody said this film is awful, but Gareth Hunt's really good in it. So a couple of the posters had Gareth Hunt's absolutely amazing, and he's not even one of the sort of main featured actors. And I think they tried to get him for the commentary of this, but that he was quite ill and he died shortly after. I mean the commentary of this is the same people on all the episodes, and so it's slightly before my time, I was slightly annoyed when I saw Richard Molesworth, who was the comedy producer, who's a mate, I know Richard, say on a forum once, I think I prefer the commentaries that are unmoderated. And it's like, there's a bit on this one where they talk about who Gareth Hunt is, and it's clear that they're actually talking about Gareth Thomas, but they don't mention Gareth Thomas by name because it's the wrong person. They're sort of going, "Oh yeah, he's the guy with the black curly hair who's in Blake 7." And I think Elizabeth said goes, "Oh yeah, I know who you mean." And they don't actually get anywhere with that conversation that takes ages. So as a listener, you're going, "I know what you mean, and you're all wrong." You haven't got the producer in the box, isn't there? Whereas if a moderator was there, they'd be able to clear it up and move on. So. But of course I would say that because I moderate DVD commentaries, but I was just slightly, well, it's all very well for you to say that you prefer them without moderators, but when they don't have them, that sort of thing happens. But as I say, of course I would say that. But I also think that, slightly later in the range, we would have tried to probably got Terry Lodge in for a couple of episodes, probably got the designer in for a couple of episodes. I think early in the range they relied too often on on just the big hitters. But then again, all that said, when this was released on DVD, Elizabeth Sladen and Nicholas Courtney had both died in quite quick succession. So you actually go, well, thank God we've got as much of them as we did. So, so it makes your own little self-indulgent complaints have a slightly different perspective. Oh, I'm being quite Buddhist, aren't I? I'm having the refreshing perspective of cleansing out my own ego in order to be much more pragmatic about things that there's no point in allowing to sting one. I do quite like that. There's watching this and considering this story at the sort of other side of entering recovery for alcoholism, is that a lot of the sort of stuff about putting your own ego to one side and looking at things from a fresh perspective and rebirth that are very Buddhisty are also part of the things that you have to do. You don't have to do, but are the part of the process that keeps you on the straight and narrow when you're not drinking, because a lot of that is about ego and about resentment and about not letting go of things, which this story is absolutely about the opposite. It's about saying let go of things. It's about saying don't let your ego and your resentments dominate you. And I started on that track during a very important scene where Tommy has had his mind cleansed. Although God bless you, Joanna Monroe, for saying the line "squabbling like herd boys with your mother half distracted," which is about as terrible a line as you could ever have to say, and she did it very well. It's because on paper this cast on Metabilis is superb, but they're I don't think they're the best written of parts. But they do their jolly best. And poor old Pertwee now is at the beginning of the sort of process of him being sort of bashed about from arsehole to breakfast time, which means that he gets he gets a proper comeuppance, as it were, which is nice. You sort of think, oh, he could regenerate at any point now. He's got a brilliant face. He looks so good on camera. But the Tommy stuff is really fascinating to me because it's something that comes from a really decent place. The character of Tommy is not patronised, except for when it's important that he's patronised to show how badly he's being treated. But he is the one decent sort of unsullied person in this, really, because of his innocence. But his innocence that he has is because he is. He has learning difficulties, so it is that is characterized as well. He's not got the mental capacity to have learned all the egregiousness that comes with being a human within society, and the things like ego and grasping for power and resentment at your boss for 25 years in insurance sales, or wanting too much knowledge or wanting a big crystal. Whatever it is that are the flaws of the people here, Tommy is impervious to those things. But then the crystal does what it does to him and makes him better, in inverted commas. But of course, now when we look at aspects of disability, the idea that somebody who is disabled, the attitude is, well, people who are disabled need perhaps society to make access easier for disabled people in order that they, as they are, can contribute to society in a way that is rewarding for them and means that they become, tax-paying, capable members of society who have the same opportunities and things as everybody else. And they just need a little bit of extra help with access, whether that be physical access of ramps or with neurodiverse people, just certain access requirements that make them fitting into the workplace slightly easier for them, and it can be done with a few tweaks here and there. I quite like this bit because they've set up Arak and Tuar as sort of, Arak's the big brave one and Tuar's the slightly snivelly, complainy one. But Tuar has a moment, doesn't he, here, where Rhaegar says, what does she say? Something, Arak's not a coward. He goes, no, I don't think he is. And you sort of think, oh, that's nice that Tuar, who is a bit, they're all a bit cliched, has that little moment where he goes, no, I think I'm going to be a bit nice now. I mean, it's an extra dimension to it's a slight kink in the two-dimensionality of that character. Rafe Harless has never written back. He did Survivors with my friend Bernard Kay, and Bernard said that he was absolutely lovely and really easy to work with. And so when I wrote to Ralph for I think about the third time, said, oh, I used to know Bernard Kay and he spoke very highly of you, and he's just died, and blah blah blah. Still didn't hear back. And it's Rafe Arliss, I think. He is a relative of the famous old actor George Arliss, and he also once stood for the Green Party. So what he's doing on the blue planet, I've got no idea. He's a greenie in blues clothing. But so yes, the Tommy thing is I think the big talking point of this this episode, where I think he wouldn't portray the character like that. I'm talking about in his place in the script here, because the idea that a disabled person has to be made better, I think, is now slightly archaic, and it's more that society has to enable disabled people to live as themselves within the society without the barriers. It's a case of lowering the barriers rather than make. And I know that there are members of the deaf community who the idea. My stepson was deaf. Had a cochlear implant, and there are members of the deaf community who see that as an awful thing because saying there's nothing wrong with being deaf, is what we are, and we deal with that, and society's got to deal with us, as we are. We have to be made better. And I can understand both sides of that argument, that a disabled person go, why do I have to become sort of more like you in order to be acceptable in society? And I think that's a great shot of the spider there in the corner. But nonetheless, I think that's beautifully lit, this scene as well. Nonetheless, within the context of the time and the fact that this is a program that is to be suitable for children, and because you didn't see many characters like this on television at the time, you still don't see enough characters like this on television. I think Tommy is a lovely character, beautifully played, and I think his transformation, which has a bit of sort of television shorthand, doesn't it? I mean, the shorthand is he talks a bit like Country Bumpkin when he's the Tommy who has learning difficulties, and when he's cured, he speaks RP because that's the shorthand for being I'm now much smarter than I was because listen, I talk like people from the BBC. But I think that's actually a nice shot with the evening and the dark clouds. I don't remember that. And this nighttime lighting, actually some of the lighting in this episode is very, very good, and I like all these big close-ups of Pertwee. And I like the fact that he's been sort of all knackered all through the night, and now that he's better, he's totally better, and he's ready to be sort of up and at it. But within those caveats of the fact that the portrayal of Tommy by the script and the production is of its time, I nonetheless think the performance of the actor and the intention behind the character are 100%, on the money. And I know that John Cain took it very seriously, and in fact, he tells the story, doesn't he, of he tested the BBC commissionaire, and that he tried to get into the BBC, but as Tommy, he wanted to make sure that he could carry off being somebody who was socially awkward as a result of having learning difficulties, but also to see how he would be treated in that way. So that's a real commitment. I admire any actor that can sort of throw their performance into the real world and see how it works. I'm not sure I'm that brave. I always admire street theatre people. Chattering like woman at a wash place. That I don't know if it's Letts or Sloman, but I'm not sure. They've got a very high opinion of villagers and farmers. I think they all speak in sort of mouthfuls cliches of bad metaphors. But I love the way that the explanation of the backstory is told back and forth, so that both the Doctor and Sarah have a slice of the action, and it crosses back and forth. And I always forget that the spiders. Annie filled us in last week that the spiders they're not indigenous to Metabilis. They are Earth spiders who have been grown to gigantic size and intelligence because of the powers of the crystal and the innate qualities of the insides of the mountain on Metabilis, which is nice because it means you could have just had a planet of alien spiders, but the fact that they have the tie to Earth, it's Russell T Davies theory, isn't it? It actually, if it's an Earth colony or these people of Metabilis, they are Earth descendants rather than just not terribly convincing villagers, from the planet Zog or whatever. They have a tie to Earth, which just makes us have a bit more identification. It makes us have a bit more of a stake in it. But I like the way that storytelling, the way that the script told the stories back and forth. I like the fact that Moss just panicked and whacked Gates on the head when he'd come to sort of offer them assistance. But yeah, there's. I think I've talked over it. There's a bit that John Kane does when he's doing the reading, and it kind of hits him that he can do this stuff, and he can't quite contain the emotion. That I think is a really wonderful, real, truthful bit of acting. That's quite profound about somebody discovering, becoming aware of themselves, and that I find really, really touching. Yeah, it's a really interesting part of the story, and that shows that our attitudes towards the way that you would do something can change, but that doesn't sully the approach of people who did it in a different way with very good intentions and a lot of skill in a different environment. Yeah, he's very blasé, isn't he, Sarbor? He's sort of like, yeah, we're gonna get eaten by the spiders. Yeah. It's not as horrifying, I think. They're funny, these corridors, aren't they? With the sort of breakfast bars. So here's Walter Randall as the handlebar moustached guard captain. And he's going to bring John Pertwee to the end of episode 3, which I think is now, except it's not, because they've had to cut some scenes, or it's not. So Max Faulkner here, one of the heroes of the Pertwee era, a stuntman who's actually a very decent actor, doesn't get a credit in this episode because he's not in this episode, because this is the next episode that has been brought forward to this episode because there's not enough there hadn't been enough action to see this episode through, and this will have a huge knock-on effect as the story continues, which means that episode 6 is largely episode 5. But Max Faulkner, he gets a very good part in the android invasion. He's Corporal Adams. He's the guy that chucks himself off the mountain, off the cliff at the beginning, but he crops up in all sorts of. He's just been in the Monster of Peladon, dying twice in one episode. Yeah, a very decent actor. Another one that I would have loved to have interviewed, but never got the chance. Never actually got hold of him. But Derek Ware said he felt he probably wouldn't have given an interview. Which is a shame, because he was one of those who was always around, but nobody seemed to have picked up on. Anyway, so we have that. Yeah, what should have been a sort of slightly comedy grace note, if you like, of Planet of the Spiders. That the doctor's come in. Sarah thinks she's being rescued. Oh no! Look, I've got guards behind me. Wah, wah, wah. Suddenly becomes no. This is the dramatic high point, because the actual dramatic high point still left us with too much of the episode to go, and the BBC wouldn't have been happy. And I think I'm right in saying that that's because there were certain exterior scenes that Barry Letts decided weren't working at all. But yeah, it all gets a bit messy. But within all of that mess, I think there was plenty there that was really, really nicely done. I liked the storytelling, going back and forth. I thought that was a very neat way of doing doing the backstory from the two different perspectives. Hang on, shush. Sorry, there's a slight cut there because the thing was going doolally. So, look, I got slightly distracted at a couple of moments there that I really liked. I liked Lupton sitting with his spider, and I like the rivalry that Lupton's spider has with the Queen spider. I like the fact there's a bit of spider politics. It stops them being, just a sort of boring melee of arachnids. But I'd forgotten. I thought maybe Lupton had done his best stuff, but I think him sort of rather arrogantly sitting on the spider chaise longue or whatever it is rather a nice image. I like anything in Doctor Who that is a juxtaposition of the ordinary and the extraordinary, and a man in a roll neck sweater and a tweed jacket sitting amongst a load of animated talking spiders. But in a way that sort of revels in that. I love that image, and I like the way John Dirth comports himself there. But the bit, and I'm very familiar with it, so I'm sort of kicking myself for talking about different things during it and not paying it its proper dues. So apologies to those of you who were watching along, and I was going off on another tangent, or probably tying myself up in knots trying to get a very simple perspective and sentence out, but approaching it from 4 different directions, and getting there eventually, by which time everyone had died of old age. Anyway, I've just done it again. It is the scene. It's when we say our prayers. And I also like the fact that book has a little pencil drawing in it, because those Peter and Jane books, you always find some kid had done a drawing or something in it. So I found that particularly real. I love Tommy's little cubbyhole with all of his stuff. But when he awakes and he goes, we say our prayers, and his brain is working so much quicker, and he eventually he doesn't even say the words, he just whispers them, and it's like he's realizing the enormity of it, and that little sort of plaintive whisper he does, which is, I can't quite believe I'm doing this and I'm struggling to process it because the consequences of this are quite enormous, is a beautiful piece of acting. And I think it's such an unusual thing in classic Who. He's such an interestingly conceived character, and he's so well pulled off. I love Tommy, and I love John Cain's performance. I love the fact that John Cain was in Peter Brook's Midsummer Night's Dream and wrote Terry and June. So I love everything about this. But I think that bit where he reads the book is a really good piece of acting. I find it terribly moving, and really well done, and above and beyond what you kind of expect from Doctor Who. So welcome, but somehow special, somehow a little bit more. And in a story that's got a good villain, talking spiders, the Buddhist thread working through, John Pertwee being brilliant, Elizabeth Sladen being fantastic, Mike Yates getting his own sort of side adventure. The fact that you've got this beautiful character and this wonderful actor coming in and doing, and also not a quite often you watch a Doctor and you go, oh, it's that bloke from that thing, or that famous actor doing that. John Cain has his claims to fame, but I think most of us watching this don't have any baggage with him, really. I mean, I know he was in Peter Brook's Midsummer Night's Dream and he wrote Terry and June, but that's not really performance baggage that I in the same way that William Gaunt coming in to play against the No Place Like Home character that I knew him from, to be playing an assassin or whatever, or lots of the actors that we know from other things. I think John Cain is kind of a sort of blank canvas for us, so that Tommy is totally inhabited, and Tommy is a shines like a beacon of quality, I think, in those moments. Really special. So for me, it's the scene where Tommy, my favourite thing, even though I talked about it because I was trying to just add a little bit of perspective about how attitudes and ways of presenting things change, but that doesn't mean because I think sometimes I read people saying, just because they did it that way, then that's not an excuse. Well, yeah, it is an excuse within the context of everything at the time. This was decent, benevolent people creating a nice character and doing it beautifully. We wouldn't do it like that now. That's okay. That's okay then, and that's okay now. And what that is, I think is lovely. And it's a performance to cherish. That scene in particular. So yes, Tommy reading his book is my favourite bit of episode 4.
Now, part 4 has an amazing sequence in it, because I think one of the characters that kind of was quite profound to me in the whole series was Tommy. Tommy was a man with learning difficulties who basically lived at the monastery, the centre as such, and he was the odd job guy, and he was treated quite badly by people. Badly by horrible people and nicely by nice people, because he had learning difficulties. So he starts off, and you can see that he feels things very profoundly. So he's trying to read in this scene, and he keeps looking at this the Metabolus 3 crystal, which he's stolen because he's a bit of a magpie and he takes pretty things. And he's looking into the Metabolus 3 crystal, and it clears the pathways of his mind and basically restores his learning abilities, as it were. And I hesitate to use the word normal because neurodiversity is a good thing. But what it does is it makes him intelligent, and he's able to read, and he's able to reason, and later on he turns out to be very important because of his resistance to the power of the spiders. And I found this very interesting, the idea that he was being the crystals were not evil. They had the ability to actually do other things. But I loved Tommy. The character was really important to me for this show. I really liked him.
Yes. So so that actually means come part 4, it's 2-2. So I've still got a dog in this fight. Yeah, it was important to choose Tommy. I think that was a no-brainer. Even though, in an episode without that scene, and it is great, isn't it, the way he keeps sort of looking at the crystal, and of course, his being given Yates's appalling medallion earlier in the story. I like the way she describes him as a magpie. Sets up the idea that he likes shiny things. So that means that his taking of the crystal, is explained why he does that, but also without him being a sort of bad thief. It's that he's very innocently drawn to shiny things, so he doesn't, it's not like he's stolen it in the way that somebody who was up to no good will have stolen it, although the impact on the plot is the same, which is very, very handy. So I think that's all very nicely melded together. So, but in another in that episode without Tommy, there'd still be stuff the script going back and forth to explain about the spiders. Lupton I love the way that Lupton sits on the edge of the spider desk, and the relationship between Lupton Spider and the Queen Spider. So there's loads in that. I've got my mojo back. I've like John Pertwee's Doctor, I had a rough night, but I've woken up. I had a rough night in episode 3, and I've woken up with renewed vim and vigour in episode 4. So let's hope that can power me through episodes 5 and 6, which are largely the same episode, as we will discover. I do love Doctor Who. I mean, real credit to John Kane, who I think I'm pleased to be able to give the nod to in that episode. I think it's very, very lovely. And I think you're very lovely, listeners, so thanks for being here. Well, hello everybody. It's time for Planet of Spied episode The Spiders. I mean, it's not as confused as that's quite a confused introduction. Not quite as confused, I would say, as the story is getting at this point, with cliffhangers, skewiff, and storytelling akimbo and credits that don't quite match up, but as I'm sure that's very much only a thing that shakes my particular coconuts. But let's see how we go as the Pertwee era enters its last 50 minutes. Many of about 15 of which are the same from one episode to the next. But let's see, as I'm gonna watch from the beginning this episode of Doctor Who, which was aired pretty much 5 months less one day after I was born. So I don't remember it first time round, although I was probably in a house where it was on, but my mind was probably on sleep or milk. Okie dokie, so let's watch from the beginning in 3, 2, 1. So it's been great fun having Annie Wallace join me for this. I can't remember where I first met Annie. I think it must have been at maybe at Shirley's birthday party. But anyway, I knew her from her acting work before I cottoned on to the fact that she was one of us. But we're dotted about. We're like sleeper agents. You don't have to get talking to somebody for too long to find out. I mean, then occasionally you get the people who are like, yes, I'm a massive fan, but they're not really a massive fan. They've never bought Doctor Who magazine or a DVD or know who Alan Bromley is. But I think Annie, as she has proved, is pretty clued up on all things Who. So here we go. Here's a funny little moment of Pertwee magic. Oh dear, you thought I'd come to rescue you. I'm actually surrounded by guards. That we've turned into a cliffhanger. I remember when I first saw that cliffhanger going, I'm sure that's not what I'd imagined from the book, because I used to go through the books, and you could sort of almost do it where you could break it into chapters depending on how many episodes the stories are, and work out what you thought the cliffhangers were. And I remember being really surprised by this, but that's because actually the ones I thought the cliffhangers were the original cliffhangers. Now, a word for John Dirth. Something interesting. Something struck me when I was talking to somebody recently. I don't talk lightly about being a drinker. In this day and age where we have to waive our shortcomings in order to get sympathy. I'm not really wild about that, but I mention it, I think, if it's useful. And I've noticed that since John Cain alluded in the documentary to Barry Letts doing a nice thing and giving somebody in the cast a job, even though they were known for having a drinking problem. I've noticed a few reviewers recently, and I've noticed this happens with a few things, that you get a little bit of information and put two and two together for something the most exciting reading. So I've read a couple of things that say, and yeah, I mean, he was an alcoholic and he's obviously drunk for some of the scenes, and I go, do you know what? I'm not sure he is. I think what you've done there is you've had a little piece of information given to you, and as I say, you've sort of sexed up the dossier. That happens with a couple of other things. I noticed somebody on a forum once, was saying who didn't get on with who, and somebody went, "Oh, John Pertwee hated Douglas Camfield because there was a scene in Inferno where he made him answer the phone in a particular way." And you go, "No, I recall the way that anecdote was. John Pertwee just said Camfield was interested in camera angles, and I had to answer the phone, and it wasn't really my way of working to answer the phone in the way for the camera angle." And that was translated into they hated each other, and that's why Camfield never worked on the Pertwee era again. And it's a thing to do when I sort of research, is that you sometimes go, oh, here's a potentially really interesting story. And then I think the key is to go, so it's probably not likely to be true because life's not usually that sexy, or you can't actually glean it from the available information. And if my understanding of boozers is correct, and I've been around a lot, is that if Dirth was given, a nice big job here, he would have done that thing that all drinkers do, go, well, I'll prove that I can do it. I won't touch a drop for the whole of production. And and then of course having proved it to themselves and done the job, goes, see, so I can actually give up whenever I like, and then probably started drinking again afterwards. But I think it's wishful thinking. It's after a sexy story. If you're to look at this and go, oh well, he's obviously drunk. It's a bit like the Tautalian doesn't speak in a French accent on film in Ambassadors of Death. Look at all those scenes in film where he doesn't speak in a French accent. It's 4 words. But again, because somebody in a book once went, he doesn't do the French accent on film. That soon gets translated into other places. Oh yeah, there's scenes where he doesn't speak in a French accent. Because again, it seems a bit more exciting when the truth is sometimes less than that. And I think I'm particularly touchy with the alcoholic thing, because I was reading something else on a forum where they were talking about actors who died close to transmission, and oh dear Jenny Laird. But mother, we must go, if only to get you a book about acting. Oh, I've banged my head, and it's extraordinary, isn't it? Ralph Arliss has a fantastic part in the last Quatermass as Kick-Along, leader of the sort of Stonehenge gang. And had a great face for sort of did a lot in the 70s, early 80s. Is it Ralph or Rafe? I can never. I think I saw him spelt in Spotlight a couple of times. Rafe, Raiph. And I'm sure somebody I've interviewed, I think, refers to him as Rafe Arliss. I had a teacher who we thought was called Ralph, but he pronounced it Rafe. It's the same spelling. It's Rafe Fiennes, isn't it? Oh, this is the doctor sort of name dropping and going, oh, who's that fella? This is a beautiful bit of sort of Pertwee action. Is that I'm going to name drop, but I can't remember who he is as I get out of the thing. That's beautifully John Pertwee. Poor old Jeffrey Morris just has to spend this whole thing looking slightly flummoxed, and I always forget. I always think, does he just get left there? But I'm always surprised, and I remember last time I saw this, going. Because they do actually rescue him, don't they? His sons come and rescue him. I'm not sure they do in the book. I can't remember. That might just be me forgetting. I'm going to sneeze. But yes, on the alcoholic thing, I saw somebody list Jack Cunningham from The Reign of Terror, who dies. I think he's the first actor after Jean Conroy from The Dalek Invasion of Earth, who actually dies before her episode is broadcast, bless her, to die after appearing in Doctor Who. And this person had put alcoholic. Now I've researched Jack Cunningham, and there is a news story about him being arrested for being drunk and disorderly. But to use that one piece of information and go, so therefore his early death must be due to the fact that he's an alcoholic, is again, I think, sort of, it's filling in too many blanks for me to be proper research. But anyway, as I say, that may be just because. I have a dog in that fight, but it's a slightly more nuanced condition than somebody who is an alcoholic is drunk all of the time and I can spot it, and that must be the cause of their early death. But anyway, I've probably spent too much time talking about boozing with Planet of the Spiders Part 5. I really like these scenes. This is very Doctor Who. You've got a fantastic actress in a glorious costume talking to a very good prop of a monster, and played absolutely straight. I think that spider prop is superb, of the Queen, and I like the fact that the sort of internecine spider wrangling. Ha ha. Pertwee knows how to. I always say that Davison's and Tennant are great at corridor acting, but Pertwee's very good at a kind of, I've seen something around the corner, I must go and hide. I think and Matt Smith I talked about in the God Complex a lot, didn't I? I think there really is a thing to your Doctor Who. I think when you do the audition, they should actually give you a little bit of a corridor workshop to see if you've got what it takes, because it's a very important part of the job. Oh, poor, yes. I do like Christopher Burgess's performance. He does have something slightly sort of wretched about him, and it's the way that his voice has a slightly sort of broken quality. But look at him; he's slightly etched with sadness. You do get the impression that he's slightly he's a slightly broken man.
Because of Sarah Jane Smith, of course. I want her back just as much as you want Lupton.
Yeah, look, he's the
But how do I know it's not some sort of trick?
the spiders sort of take over these poor fellows because they're all, they've all come here looking for something, and they're not, unlike Lupton, they don't have a thirst for power or revenge. They're actually trying to find peace of mind, which is why they're sort of easily preyed on. I think if you did this set now, you'd put a cobweb in there, wouldn't you? And what is that? What is that supposed to suggest cobwebs behind it? Just does look slightly like the sort of lighting rig wires, doesn't it? And I think the sort of alien thought process of going, you can't call them spiders, you have to call them 8 legs, is again a nice little sort of touch about we're not like them Earth spiders we descended from. He doesn't actually get much to do in the last episode, old Lupton. They kind of lose sight of what to do with him, but I do like the image of the tweed jacketed man chatting to the intelligent spiders. And of course, this is where the Russell T Davies thing comes in and going. It has to somehow relate to Earth. Is that I think we'd certainly have a lot less feeling for the story if the only thing that the 8 legs on Metabolus 3 threatened were the villagers of Metabolus. I think you can eat them. Eat them. Eat them. Best actor at a time. She's the Jenny Laird to be there at the end, going, you shan't be eaten.
He's my friend, I think.
Is this where Tommy gradually works his way through? It is very sweet because they have to make him sort of do that thing of talking to himself a bit. But it doesn't he go, I'll have to talk to Yates. And then he overhears and he thinks, oh no, Yates is allying himself with the bad guys, which is a perfectly good plot beat. That, Yates is allying himself with the bad guys for his own ends. But of course, Tommy is not going to have picked up on that. This is sort of slightly weird, isn't it? It's a bit Max Headroomy. Clever Lupton? Is it Clever Lupton? Clever Lupton. I like that. This is actually quite weird. I don't really remember. Sort of Tommy sort of piecing it together with fragments of his memories. It's like he's doing a telesnap reconstruction of the previous events of Planet of the Spiders. So yeah, that's right. He goes, what? And he's got an ironing. I love the way he's oh, it's because it's the cupboard under the stairs where he keeps his stuff. That's why he's got the ironing board there. But he goes, yeah, I'll ask Yates. He's my friend. And then, oh no, Yates has gone down to the cellar with Barnes. Oh, I'll ask Choji. And then I think, does he not find Choji? So he goes, oh, I'll ask the Campo Rinpoche, because of course he's actually the one you should ask in the first place if you're really worried. But I like the way he ascends up the ladder. Here we have the great one. It's a magnificent vocal performance from Maureen Morris, who is the wife of George Galaccio. I've been to George's flat, and he's got a picture of Maureen drawn by Patrick Troughton from his hospital bed when he had one of his earlier heart attacks. This is really creepy, actually, the way that the Great One, we don't know who it is yet, but yeah, it uses Sarah's voice, uses the Doctor's voice, anything that's a sort of perversion of what we know. And do we not see I don't think we do see the Great One in this episode, do we? Instead, she does those sort of voice tricks, which is, as I say, which is pretty disturbing. And I love the sort of cave set behind it. It's only a model, isn't it, onto which Pertwee's been CSO'd. But the CSO fringing here kind of works because it's a sort of cave of radiation and it's a slightly different atmosphere. So I think you can kind of forgive it, and it's largely close-ups of the Doctor's face. And what a brilliant face he's got. And you can see it sort of taking its toll on him. He's got a brilliant face, those crow's feet, and that wonderful profile, and the and this is great because it is rather humiliating, and it's not just that he's making him turn around; it's sort of making him march like a sort of cruel parody of a soldier. He's like a sort of marionette, like a sort of action man who can't control his own body. And this is the key to it all. Are you afraid? And seeing Pertwee, the most, we're used to seeing Troughton afraid. That's part of his armory. Is this sort of childlike fear that he sometimes uses to cover up for the fact that he's working stuff out. But this is Pertwee's absolutely terrified here, and it's partially because he allows himself the indignity of looking, very awkward as he sort of turns around, and he runs away from that screaming spider banshee that is the Great One. I think that's a terrific scene, and it leads us up because this is going to be the finale of the longest running Doctor, and I think they really set up the Great One there as a force to be reckoned with, seeing as he is ultimately destroyed not by the Master, as I think would have been the right way to bring the Pertwee era to an end, was to have a final big face-off with the Master, although I think the plan was that actually the Master would help to save the Doctor in the final story for them both, which would have been very, very interesting. And would have kind of worked because of the rapport that they have. But the thing that does for Pertwee is actually only in 2 episodes, and this is the first one, and we don't see it. But I still think they build it up as a big power, partially because of that sort of undignified control that, he shows that he actually has no chance, and because Pertwee acts it very, very well. Which, considering it's just 2 shots, one close-up, one sort of 3/4 body length shot against a CSO background, and that's it, is pretty good. Now that the canvas on which a Doctor's denouement is painted is as large and as rather self-consciously grand as possible. That's very good, isn't it? The spider that sort of that moves. The legs aren't obviously it's obviously got a motor in its body, but the legs are moving, but it's effective. The CSO not quite so good. I love this scene. It's actually the Buddhism that's starting to shine through for me a bit here. It's a very lovely gentle performance here from Kevin Lindsay as Choji. But is it this bit where he does it? Yeah, I love it where he says, Why haven't you noticed that I'm changed? And you don't seem surprised to find me changed. When everything is new, can anything be a surprise? Oh, Barry Letts, you've broken my heart. And that, I think, ties in a little bit with why I think I'm now going to say it was okay for me to harp on about alcoholism at the top of this, because actually there are things within Buddhism that are kind of linked with what you do when you're a recovering alcoholic in terms of trying to free yourself of ego, not hang on to resentments, to see that anything done against you is actually more about the person than you, and it's about reframing the way that you operate. Sorry, he goes, right, now I'm going to tell Campo because Yates and Choji have been zapped. And actually that's quite spooky, isn't it, when suddenly our guys who've been hanging around for the whole thing are now going to be taken over by the spiders. Oh yes, they do come and rescue Sabor. I keep forgetting that. But yeah, the Buddhist part of the story, which I haven't really thought about. That's another reaction shot of Jeffrey Morris. It's like just raise your eyebrows and look slightly peeved. And they're having to pull all of this off in quite small sets with not many people. It really is Doctor Who fighting against the odds here to tell a story on an epic scale. This is actually one of the biggest sets. They filled it with one of the smallest performances. And I don't know what's going on, but my daughter will act for both of us. And of course, Sarah is not quite herself, and Elizabeth Sladen's doing enough. Yes, that's right, Jenny. The police box. How should I just sort of do a little dance and look confused? But I'm looking confused for the whole thing. So it's really reaching the climax now. This is partially because I think the end of the episode's around here, isn't it? Yeah, I think this is the cliffhanger, isn't it? But unfortunately, we've had a few scenes on Metabilis 3 that were not up to scratch, and so I remember because I'd watched. Oh, this is I think my favourite line in the whole thing. I love this. You're normal. You're just like everybody else. I sincerely hope not. I love that line. Again, that speaks to so much about, how we patronise people who are neurodiverse, and actually they have perhaps more to offer than so-called normal people sometimes. Although, again, with that caveat of how there's a certain uneasiness now about the idea of Tommy being cured. So, of course, none of this is in episode 5 in the script. There's no credit for George Cormack on this episode because Campo is supposed to be the big reveal at the beginning of part 6. And weirdly for me, because I'd seen episode 6 first, I'm going, hang on, we're not that far into the episode, and already we're in episode 6. So, and I'm also going, so hang on, what's the cliffhanger? And it's because we now have various scenes, but we don't have some scenes from episode 6 in order to basically go, well, we'll have to get to a point where when we get to around the 25-minute mark, we can stop. Tommy is being very brave. He's not actually. It's wrong to say he actually turns totally RP to suggest that he's now clever Tommy. He still does have a slight burr. He's just changed his speech patterns. I do think it's a splendid performance. Now you see again as I get older, and maybe it's my own. I'm putting my own life into this. When Pertwee has to sort of sit down and basically do his amends, where he's doing his list. I stole a crystal. I've got to confess. He has to face his fear. This is all the stuff that you do to sort of rebirth yourself, if you like. It's not talked of in such highfalutin terms. When you're trying to find a way of dealing with alcohol addiction. So I found this time round the Buddhist stuff, which I just thought of, it's nice, Barry Letts, and Buddhists are nice, aren't they? And it's all about having a nice attitude and just being sort of nice, and this idea of rebirth. Much more impactful personally, and actually much more interesting as a theme in the story. Of course, you would have a sort of Buddhist parallel in a story of regeneration, because this about birth and about seeing everything as new, and about cleansing you of your past mistakes and all of that sort of thing, and finding some sort of mental equilibrium is I think really important. And in fact, some people that I know that I feel have sort of got life kind of cracked a little bit are people that say, I give away part of my day to meditation. I don't have that strength of character or time or ability to sit in the moment. I'm very much an itchy feet person. A scatterbrain, somebody who I find it very, 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 very difficult to sit still and sit in things that I find uncomfortable. And concentrate on the minutiae of something and plan and all of that sort of stuff. So, but I'm definitely very drawn to the idea of Buddhism, and I think it particularly works well threaded into this story. So, and of course, there the cliffhanger there. Tommy's earned a cliffhanger. I actually quite like the fact that, even though it's certainly by accident and not by design, that Tommy has, because it's John Pertwee's last story, and the cliffhanger into his final episode doesn't even tease us with his death. It's like it's the nice guy, but Tommy has kind of earned it. Even if it's born out of necessity, that the final Pertwee cliffhanger is one of the rare cliffhangers given to a guest star. Now, they're not hugely common. I'll probably do a podcast about it one of these days. I might have already done one, because I've done one about cliffhangers, but Thomas gets one in the Face of Evil episode 2. Professor Watson gets one, Hand of Fear episode 2. The Master, I mean, he's not a guest, he's a regular, but he gets the Demons part 3. But yeah, stories where it's not the Doctor or the companion in direct peril are few and far between cliffhangers. But Pertwee's last cliffhanger is actually given to a guest in his story. Now, what is my thing for episode 5? Now, Annie, I think, is being quite methodical. So I think, having chosen Tommy, Annie won't choose that line, because I think she's going for the sort of major hitters and then talking about the minutiae around that as she does. So having covered Tommy, I don't think she'll then go Tommy again, that line. And also that line, I think, actually belongs to episode 6, but let's not get into that right now. And I understand me coming to this is slightly coloured by the fact that I knew episode 6 very well before I then saw the first 5, and added 6 onto it, because I'd had 6 as an individual episode ages and ages before getting the other 5. I'd read the book first, of course, but it's very different watching. So I sort of spoilt it for myself, really, in wanting to see the Pertwee regeneration, and finding episode 6 to be a bit, crikey, slightly disappointing. And then, as I say, coming to it and then watching episode 5 and going, why have we started episode 6 already? But there's plenty in there. I love Tommy's line there. I love the Doctor facing the faceless one, the great one, and Pertwee's acting. I like Sarah's chat with the Queen, and I think that Queen spider model is very, very good. But for me, I think it has to be, and this ties in with the whole thing, and I think because we get a bit of episode 6 as well of and Pertwee going, well, I stole this thing, I'm doing my confession. But it's Tommy's chat with Choji, and that idea that binds this all together of the Buddhist retreat and the Buddhist themes and the themes of rebirth, of casting aside ego, and that when everything is a surprise, when everything is new, how can it be a surprise? That idea that you look at, and it ties in with that lovely speech he has in the Time Monster that Dennis Potter stole when he did that interview that stopped the world in its tracks, talking about the blossomist blossom, when Pertwee talks about the daisiest daisy, and it goes back to the meditation that I say I've not cracked, because my head will keep going, I need to write that script or do that podcast or do that thing or mow the lawn, or I haven't invoiced for that thing, whereas I'm supposed to be going, concentrate on that blob you've formed in your knee and feel it go through your body, but my Anyway, I know I'd be better for it. That's what Doctor Who... Anyway, Doctor Who is doing the Buddhist thing, and it ties in with the mighty Barry Letts, who is one of the Doctor Who's great figures and kindest of men. But I think it's really spoken to me more because I guess of where I am now. And as I say, I don't want to harp on about that, and I'm not comfortable banging on about that, but I will bring it up when it's relevant. But... it's not something. Yeah. Anyway, it doesn't matter. It's not. I don't have it as a badge. If we have a conversation, if you come to my house, we don't have to talk about it. If you meet me at a bar and I order lemonade, don't say loudly, "Yes, is that because you're an alcoholic?" Because it is a personal thing, but I'm in the business of sharing. It's what you do, isn't it? When you're a performer or a writer. You bring your own experience to stuff, and if it informs what I'm talking about, I'm sort of comfortable doing it without actually being that comfortable. But that's part of the deal, isn't it? So yeah, I'm not carrying it around as a badge of honor. I'm also not doing that, oh, woe is me, but I hope it informs the subject matter of this particular installment of Doctor Who, which is about the thing that I am choosing as my favorite thing about it, which is the Buddhist element that informs the whole of the Doctor's story, and of course informs the various different guest characters' stories as well, and of course Mike Yates' return, but also the theme of what the whole story is about, leading to the ultimate, rebirth of the Doctor, cleansed of his sins. But I think the fulcrum of it is that exchange between Tommy and Choji, which is so beautifully surprising, and a real sort of, oh yeah, isn't that wonderful, that instead of being shocked, he just takes it in his stride, because, well, I see everything as new, and what a way to live, and what an example to us all. So yes, Buddhism, and that is my call for episode 5. What does Annie Wallace, star of TV's Hollyoaks, think?
Moving on, part 5. Well, it's all happening, isn't it? So much happening, but of course it's the first time that we see the Great One, who's this absolutely colossal spider surrounded by blue crystals, and is absolutely stark raving bonkers, but also terrifying. Now, the problem with the 70s, I suppose, is that colour separation overlay is what they called it at the time. Chroma key is what we call it now. Green screen, blue screen, whatever you want to call it, was used really heavily in John Pertwee's time when it went to colour, because they found out this was an effect they could do quite cheaply and effectively for replacing backgrounds and things like that. So, yes, some stories didn't handle that particularly well, Underworld. But this one, there's little Doctor and there's this massive spider, and, again, 9 years old, it was quite a big deal. I was like, whoa, look at the size of that spider. And yes, quite mad. So yeah, that was a big thing. So,
now, you see, I didn't dwell on the Great One much because, to be fair, and I wonder if Annie's watched the whole thing in one go, you don't actually see the Great One in part 5. You hear the Great One, and I think it's more effective for that because, as I mentioned, you rely on Pertwee's acting. You've got that bit where he's made to sort of stump around in a sort of undignified way, and he runs away because he's so terrified of this ranting thing. But I'll let you. I was going to choose the Great One for part 6 because that's where you see the Great One, and there's the final showdown. Which means I can't choose the Great One now for episode 6 because the Great One has been chosen. So I'm gonna. Oh, damn! I was doing so well because we were even, and that's. I think that's technically. That's a technical foul. I think you would call it in Happy Times and Places in the official law of Happy Time, the rules and regulations of Happy Times and Places. That's a technical foul because and he's not the first to have. David Quantick did a bit for Genesis as well, and I understand it when people watch it all in one go and then make a mental note. Is that you didn't actually see the Great One in part 5, so I'll leave it to the people out there to decide how if either of us sort of adopt a point in that, because we're coming into this, we were 2-2, so I'll have to leave it to the judges, which is you guys out there. But I'm annoyed. It's the injustice. So I'll have to. Well, I'll have to look at. I mean, it's wrong to plan ahead as well, but I certainly got that in my eye as kind of going, well, that's got to be the thing for part 6. So I will have to coin a phrase, surprise myself when it comes to episode 6, because everything will be new. I have to be reborn as somebody who chooses something else. But that's something to look forward to. But we shouldn't look forward, because we should concentrate and enjoy the present. That's the whole message. Live in the now. Well, hello everybody, and excuse me while I just play in the last 7 minutes of the previous episode of this podcast, interspersed with a few bits you haven't heard before. No, but this will be interesting. Interesting alert. But by the way, non-regular listeners, if I say interesting, it means I'm about to say something not very interesting. Or I'm being so uninteresting, I've used the word interesting, which I think is the podcasting equivalent of the word nice. It's a sort of fairly unambitious and actually rather flabby and horrible word to use that actually works against what I'm trying to say. And it's usually me, you know, plucking that word from my subconscious whilst trying to throw my brain forward for something interesting to say. Doesn't always work, as this probably attests. However, I have brought with me, because the early episodes of this podcast went out before I'd recorded my thoughts on the whole story, I've got some feedback from the patrons. You have patrons, Toby? I do. They stop these podcasts from having adverts in them. Men, are you skinny? No. So, and also they get their releases several months before mere mortals who go to iTunes and Spotify and all of those places. So first of all, I need to say that, yes, if you listen to episode 2 and want to say to me, a mini-moke is the vehicle used in the novel of the Sea Devils and also in the TV series The Prisoner, I know, thank you. Andrew Llewellyn and John Deere were among those pointing such things out. Obviously, in the Sea Devils, in the TV version, they were citrons, weren't they? But mini-moke, which I think I'd mused maybe was the word for the gyrocopter, but no, a mini-moke is a small land vehicle. But it was Pertwee, it was transport. I don't even drive. I'm accepting. I'm making no excuses. Other people who have spoken to me on various subjects to do with this episode. James Gould, because I said I thought the Hoomobile was called the Wombile. James Gould says, I always thought it was the WHO mobile, but I think James's tongue might be firmly in his cheek there. Frank Shales, his school friend Jeremy, used to call it the Wombile too, so I'm not alone. When I originally read that, I thought Frank was saying, I too am a Wombile person. No, it's his friend Jeremy. I mean, I don't even, is Jeremy a fan? If so, he's got an excuse. I'm not sure what mine is. And also David Gillespie and I had a bit of back and forth. Just about whether we were talking about, because we're just referring to episode 2 as The Chase, because it's The Chase, but it's not The Chase, the Doctor Who story, nor is it the Chase, the TV quiz show, or as David pointed out, there's a BBC drama called The Chase. Oh, is that the one with Rhys Dinsdale? And it was a sort of family thing, wasn't it? I think it was filmed up here. Pookie Cannell was in it as well, I think. God, was that 2006? Getting old. And also not The Chase, the episode of Star Trek The Next Generation, which has Stotts from the Caves of Androzani in it. So that gets even more confusing. Anyway, God, so that's the quality of chitter-chatter. Just about one episode of Planet of the Spiders on my Patreon page, and it's the patrons who allow these things to be not punctuated by low-quality adverts, so that the off-the-cuff dynamic commentary you hear now is unsullied by commercialism. who's to say it might not be improved by anyway, let's not get into that. So we have episode 6 of Planet of the Spiders coming right up. BritBox's menu has just lost it for me. What's Troppo? I don't know what Troppo. It jumped. Right, here we go. So I am going to not watch Troppo, whatever that is. I've got Doctor Who back. Here's a note, by the way, BritBox. Even bad DVDs have menus so that you know what's on the DVD. Do you know what I mean? You don't seem to have... You don't have everything listed on your title. But this isn't an advert for BritBox. This is an advert for what BritBox should be doing to cover the basics. It's like having a train service and you don't run any. Oh, hang on, we've got one of those. The world's going to hell in a handcart. I've become one of those people. I might have to write an angry letter to Points of View at this rate. I'm so furious. I might have to move to Milton Keynes just to write my letters. It's Toby from the future here. I was right about Rhys Dinsdale being in the 2006 series of Chase, but not Pookie Canal. She must have been in something else. Well, she's been in loads of other things, but Gaynor Faye, Nicholas Stevenson, lots of other people in the 2006 series of Chase, which I don't think anyone's going to rush off and watch, but as I had a little bit of surgery to do to this episode before putting it out, I thought I'd jump in and make that correction, but mostly it's because I want to make space for a listener correspondence that I missed out, and as I was doing those before episode 6, it seems only fair that I give Joe Llewellyn his shout, because Joe, who's a great correspondent over on Patreonville, and it's always nice to get some input from across the pond, because Joe is an American gentleman. Joe says, "This is a new one for me. I really don't know too much about it, except there's a chase, but not the chase with Rhys Dinsdale and not Pookie Canal." He didn't put that. That's in brackets with Ed after it. The chase and Pertwee regenerates at the end, and Roger Delgado's widow voiced the spider. That's quite correct. I'm liking it so far. I like Mike Yates's hair, and I love his car from last episode. It's a good car, isn't it? Not to mention the driving gloves. I don't mind Mike growing out his hair since he is out of the military. Because of Joe will explain. Because of scheduling this summer, I went 2 months without putting on the uniform, and I had quite the beard and head of hair until I had to shave. I grew up on 70s TV with CSO effects in shows like Land of the Lost and Shazam /ISIS Hour, so I have no problem with CSO. Thanks for Joe. Yes, Joe has been a patron since day dot, and sometimes we do stories that he's not had before. So I think he'd had an idea to watch stories in a particular order. He was saving some, and I've ruined that by doing them for Happy Times and Places, and so he has to do them then. But he's a game participant in the process and always has an interesting perspective. So I thought, and it's always a joy to hear from him, so I thought I'd mention Joe. Anyway, a correction and an addition, and now we'll go back to then when I was about to watch Planet of the Spiders episode 6. Right, we are going to watch episode 6 of Planet of the Spiders because this is an exercise in watching something and seeing the positives in it. And this episode, which I watched first of Planet of the Spiders, because I was collecting all the orphan episodes and then some of the black and white ones, but I had space for one episode after some of the black and white ones that I'd claimed that I needed. So because you got 7 episodes on a tape, whatever it was, that had space for one episode left right at the end. So I asked for Planet of the Spiders episode 6. So it was my first Pertwee bootleg, and my goodness, it was a disappointment. But I've now come to it with the first 5 episodes leading up, and also I've grown up a bit, and this exercise has always made me enjoy something a bit more than I have on previous occasions. So let's hope I'm not going to turn the air blue, but instead I will be green with envy for those who watched this when it went out first time, which I could have done and might well have done, but I would have been 6 months and a week old, so probably wouldn't really have registered. I'm going to watch from the beginning. Don't know about you, and I'm going to press watch from the beginning in 3, 2, 1. It started now. Yeah, sorry about that. that opening, where I think I was not perhaps as cogent as I sometimes am. It's quite late, but I felt I was in the mood to watch and finish off Planet of the Spiders, to try and get back onto schedule, because some of these are going out close to live for the patrons. So who did I remind you are 6 months ahead. So now, of course, I had got in the back of my head, even though I know that this starts here, it starts with the shot of Campo Rinpoche, was that I had thought, because it would originally have been part of it would have been part of episode 6 originally, is I kind of, so I miscalculated Tommy's line when she says, you're just like everybody else, and he says, I sincerely hope not, would have been in this episode, but of course it's not, even though it should have been originally, had the story not had the domino effect of episode 3 underrunning, mean that it's all been rather messed about with. So I've not been able to choose that line of Tommy's, which is, I think, probably my favourite thing about the story. I think it's lovely. I have already chosen Tommy, though. I was hoping to choose the great one for this episode, but I can't, because Annie chose that for an episode you didn't see the great one in, so that's not my fault, it's Annie's fault, but I can't be rude about my guest. So I'm just checking that I'm filming this, which I am, for if this ever goes out on YouTube. So this is Pertwee's last episode, and I love the fact that it ties back in with the time monster, and he talks about, the wise old hermit, and of course he and Joe are in the cell that they are held in with King Dalios, who is played by George Cormack, because so this sequence was not in the last episode, but it's a nice bit for Terence Lodge, who is another actor who's given great service to the Pertwee era by being Aurum in Carnival of Monsters. In fact, 3 of these 4, because Andrew Staines, the one now talking, the bald man with the moustache, is also in Carnival of Monsters, and he's Googe in The Lunchbox in Terror of the Autons. But this land, Carl Forgione, is the only one that doesn't have a connection with the previous Pertwee era. And in fact, when I first got this, he was like, I don't know this guy, because he's not in any other Doctor Who's. And I'd not seen him in anything else, or at least I thought I had. He's not an actor who'd registered with me. But then, of course, he subsequently returned to Doctor Who to play Nimrod in Ghostlight. And it was like, oh, good, now that means all of these 4 baddies in Planet of the Spiders all have connections to other Doctor Who stories. Even if Carl Forgione is, unlike a lot of people in this story, somebody who has given service to the Pertwee era, and so his casting is, is not, so it's almost like he's a throw forward. But as I say, he's not an actor that I knew. But then after Ghostlight, he had some quite good appearances. He was a sort of semi-regular for some of the sort of comedy performers of the day when I was at university. So he was in the Day to Day and things like that, and the Alan Partridges. And then he sadly died relatively young, but he had a late blossoming of his career, particularly as a sort of comedy character actor. But the first time I saw him was in this. I love that image of Sarah with the spider on her back, and I love Sarah. I hope I'm not going to choose Sarah's stripy costume as my favourite thing about this episode, but I do love Sarah's stripy costume. I love. I think it's partially because it's on the Target book cover. That image of the spider on the back is a very striking one. It's interesting. Don't say interesting. Somebody on the Patreon, but it's on one of the other episodes, so apologies to whoever it was, talked about arachnophobia and being scared of spiders, and of course this is very much tapping into that, having had the creepiness of the maggots, and I always think Stephen Moffat is very good at cracking the wall, gas mask, statues, things from every day that can be creepy, and I think he sort of takes his cue from the Pertwee era, but that those things that they choose are more from the natural world, and they play into our primal fears of certain creatures. And spiders are, of course, something that people are very scared of. And so it's a very economical way of providing a fright, because you're tapping into something that a lot of your audience are already scared of, or if my correspondence or anything to go by, things that people weren't scared of until they watched Planet of the Spiders. So Barry Letts has a lot to be responsible for. Obviously, we talk of Barry Letts with this story, but the writer credited is Robert Sloman, but we know now that Sloman and Letts sort of wrote together. Oh, she's lovely, isn't she? Such a good actress. She does all this sort of sci-fi stuff well. So I have to say, I've never... I mean, I'm not a great fan of a creepy crawly, and sometimes in the night you can imagine a spider crawling on you. That's pretty grim. And I remember is it the film The Blue Lagoon, and the Brooke Shields one on a desert island? I think Leo McKern has a spider crawl out of his mouth when he's dead. That stuck in mind. But I'm not. My ex-flatmate Mark, mate of mine, was so scared of spiders, and he would kill them, which I don't like. So I would, in the end, I said, well, look, if you're scared, let me rescue them and take them out. But for me, it's Jaws did it for me. Sharks. I could swim in a landlocked lake. Even in a swimming pool. And there's still a part of me that worries that Jaws might come up and chomp on me. And as a youngster, absolute tears of terror swimming in the sea, worried that a shark would kill me. And that hasn't quite gone away, if I'm honest. So I would never mock anybody who is arachnophobic, either as a result of this or just compounded by this. I love the way that Campo Rinpoche sort of just gently digs at the Doctor here, and just throughout the story. Not all spiders sit on the back. He's got a lovely calmness about him, and he doesn't even bother to. He doesn't do what Kevin Lindsay does. He hasn't even bothered with an attempt at any sort of Tibetan hue to his accent. In fact, I mean, he's obviously Scottish. So Kanpo has obviously come from Tibet via... I can't identify exactly where that Scottish accent is from, but via Edinburgh, shall we say. It's not an Edinburgh accent, but... my guru, if you like. Oh, I think that's very sweet. And it's almost like they had a plan. I don't think they did when they were writing that bit in the Time Monster that they would sort of tie it back in, but it gives it a pleasing symmetry, and of course gives us a thematic through line to give the Doctor an ending that is more than just, oh, you've met a monster that's too hard to defeat. And Pertwee gets a lot of stick for being a bit snooty and a bit establishment, and he is vain. And Barry Letts has since said that Pertwee himself was not an unvain person, and the Doctor is sometimes, depending on the actor, can be an extension of the actor. And Pertwee was not a character actor in the same mould as Troughton, although he's extremely versatile. There's things like Wurzel Gummidge prove, but he's a bit of a sort of bridge between Troughton and Tom Baker. Tom Baker is a fantastic actor, but there's a lot of that Doctor that is Tom Baker. But they're all such wonderful, charismatic performers, aren't they? That's what you need from a Doctor, somebody who has and Pertwee's not as strong a character actor, oddly, that he can do all those voices, and as I say, Wurzel is a virtuoso thing, but I don't think you could consider him an actor in the same way that Troughton is a character actor and a sort of chameleon character actor. And that's not to be pejorative about one or the other. I think they're both great. Pertwee is such a singularly... What's it? Tom Baker calls him a tall light bulb. He glitters. And that's a wonderful face. And I know that... and I think I only discovered relatively recently that this flashback, which actually really helps to give us a little bit of welly for the finale, was actually chucked in order to make the episode a bit longer. I haven't double checked. I don't have the scripts for Planet of the Spiders. I wanted to have a look and see, just read the episodes for myself, but I don't have them. Yeah, he's going to go and be very, very brave. He's got a wonderful face, hasn't he, Pertwee? And when he started, he'd not really done much drama acting in a television studio. You know, if at all, he'd done a couple of episodes of some other things, but I don't think they were drama. But he was not used to a television studio. He'd done lots of film and lots of radio, but he'd not acted that much on television at all before he was Doctor Who. And I know that Sue Upton, who was a production assistant on Silurians, and said that he was really nervous because he was worried that he didn't have what it took to be a television actor, because the comedy voices, the radio stuff, that is different. The personality stuff, cabaret review, they take great skill, but they are not the same. So if he was a bit sort of testy and vain, a lot of that stuff can be covering up for... I like the way Christopher Burgess slips there. It makes it look very real. Probably is real, but it just adds to it. But sometimes a lot of tetchiness can be covering up one's feeling of inadequacy. Hello, Arak and Tua, and the fringing around your fringes. It's very hard, isn't it, to sort of pull off an exterior of a planet in front of a blue screen. Barry Letts had a lot of faith in CSO, the famous blue screen of the Actian Galaxy, although he used a lot of yellow, didn't he? There was a bit of experimenting going on, and experimenting is what makes television improve. Of course it is. But it means that if your experiment makes a mess, everybody sees the results when they come to your lab. If your lab is transmitted at 5:25 on a Saturday tea time or whatever, everyone can see it. So whereas the television we watch now may well have benefited from Barry Letts going, should we try with yellow and see what happens? And it must be, mustn't it? Because there's so much blue. There's so much blue in the Doctor's costume. I mean, if he was in front of a blue screen, you'd just see his floating head. It's not a great episode for Lupton now, because I remember actually being really unimpressed with Lupton, because he's only got a couple of scenes in this episode, really, and it's a shame that the story doesn't really afford him. Because the Doctor goes and faces off against the Great One, he doesn't really have a proper face-off with Lupton. So we're about to see Lupton, get dispatched. I love that sort of cussed look the Doctor gives, as if to go, yeah, I'm going to go and face death, but you're not going to see me. You're not going to see me look scared. Yeah, it's his funny. His funny body language doesn't help him here, really, when he's having to sort of be raging in quite a small set, and especially when he gets killed and he sort of lowers himself to the ground. It is one of those, I don't want to hurt myself, but it's not a great end. And I think if you'd only seen this episode, as I did, you may have thought, I think it would be fair to go, Lupton's not up to much. But actually, he's great in the story, and just sort of fades out. There's Mike Yates is fine. No, I'm afraid this old body has had it. I mean, I think it's totally unconscious, but it's a nice little callback to this old body of mine is wearing a bit thin that William Hartnell says. And of course, this is a sort of similar throw forward to the idea of the Watcher, where, you know, a future aspect of somebody is already manifest. I'm not quite sure how it works, that the two of you exist at the same time. Maybe if somebody had leant on Choji, they'd have fallen through him or something. But then how did he spin the thing round? Anyway, it works because it's part of the theme of regeneration and renewal and all of that. And I love the way that she's got a charming smile. And now we see what would have been my choice of my favourite thing for episode 6 of Planet of the Spiders, which is Maureen Morris as the Great One. I've had the pleasure of interviewing Maureen. I was delighted she agreed to do it because she's not on the DVD, and she's also a supporting artist in the Macra Terror, but she's had a very good career. But I think her performance as the Great One is excellent. And I think this is all great. It's a slight shame about the fringing around Mini Pertwee when he's got his back to us. But I think the Great One's a fantastic model. I love the crystalline construction above her, and that sort of the sort of membrane background and all of that. This is all lovely, and I mean, you're not afforded a great deal of options, I think, with lighting of stuff like this because he's in front of a screen, and I think you'd want to. I mean, you'd want to add to the atmosphere and the menace and the impending doom with, you know, lighting that suggested that we're on the brink of disaster, and that maybe that the radiation is ravaging him, which means that Pert was having to do it with acting alone, and he does an absolutely fantastic job. You get the impression that this is wearing him out a bit, which, seeing as he's just has to stand in the same place and talk to something that isn't there, is a huge achievement. So hats off to Pertwee, who I don't think, credit to him for having doubts about himself. I always think if you have doubts about yourself, you're a much more interesting performer because, you don't take it for granted. Nothing worse than watching an actor who just thinks they know it all. And I think he was wrong. He's got absolutely what it takes to do studio drama acting, which, as I say, I think we do forget that he'd not really done before he got cast in a leading role in a famous television program, playing a straight role as well when he was very much known for comedy. A brilliant piece of casting. Well done for thinking of Pertwee. And she does this brilliant. I love this whole speech about this me, the great all-powerful me, and that is all about ego, isn't it? Which Buddhism, is all about not having. It's about, never mind about the you. Although, like I mentioned alcoholism before, that it is a curious mixture of not being about you and yet kind of being about you, because you have to spend a lot of time thinking and within your own company in order to realize and behave as how unimportant you are. Yep, you can go and be in the Nescafe commercials, Gareth Hunt and Ray Farlis. You can go and be in Quatermass and stand for the Green Party and not reply to my letters, but that's okay. A little bit of Christopher Burgess had to do a little bit. Now, in the book, when the spiders fall off their backs, I think one of them, if not all, they start to weep. And that's something that Terrance Dicks adds. Very good mountain explosion here. But Terrance Dicks sometimes just adds little grace notes that in the book that just... Well, some he tidies up, he very quickly just adds a few lines to go, that plot bit that's hanging, I'm going to sort that out now. But I remember, I'm sure the men start to weep, which I think, ties in very much with, they're all damaged people who've come to be healed. It's actually rather sad for them that we don't see them getting the peace that they went for. But yes, Andrew Staines, who's the tall, bald one with the moustache, Kiva, was Barry Letts's nephew. Although, not too much of a difference in age. But he was the son of Barry Letts's sister, the actress Pauline Letts, which I didn't know actually until I interviewed Andrew, who was introduced to me by Terence Lodge, who's the little one who plays Moss, Mr. Moss. So Terry and Andrew kept in touch, and I went for lunch with them both. I'd already interviewed Terry. I then went with Andrew. I have Andrew. In fact, I have a drawing of Andrew's. I mentioned this in Terror of the Autons because Andrew played Googe, the guy who gets shrunk and put in the lunchbox, and he sketched Roger Delgado learning his lines, and I now have that sketch, which Andrew kindly gave to me, which I treasure, and Andrew sadly is no longer with us. So, yeah, I had to face my fear. And you really feel actually in this episode that, the build up right through it, that he's, he making him do something that actually wasn't just brave. It's almost the bravest of all, because he's facing what is it you fear. But his fear was to do with, a mistake that he had made, and to confront his own shortcomings. And a lot of bad things that we do as a refusal to not. There's nothing worse. You've seen people overreact when you sort of know, and I've done it, where somebody perhaps says something that makes me feel bad about myself because I sort of know that it's true and they fed upon a shortcoming. You defend yourself even more. So to actually lay yourself open to facing, something that is at the heart of your own fault. And this is what, the Doctor faces, the fact that his own thirst for knowledge is his downfall, his greed, is not just facing a mortal enemy and a cave full of radiation. It's facing his own weakness. And that, ties in with all of Barry Letts's thematic stuff, but also means it's big news for the character. It's more than just facing down another bad guy. It's facing a mirror image of your own faults, which we don't like doing. So that speaks to me much more as I get older. And there's an admirable amount of comedy in this. I mean, the Doctor's just died, and we had Sarah do that brilliant thing of "This is the Abbot of and the Choji," I think, which she does superbly. But this is all going on. The Doctor's died, and the Doctor dies on a joke. Well, there's life. How brave is that? Because this is really sad. But they've got but they're not sending it up. But it's so good that they can have the jokes without in any way taking away from the impact that we're losing the leading man, and he's died, and we've had a load of dialogue, and I'm afraid I do remember being a bit disappointed by this, because the first regeneration I saw was Tom Baker into Peter Davison, which takes several stages, whereas this is just a fade from John Pertwee to somebody who doesn't really look like Tom Baker as we know him in the show. He doesn't get a credit either, does he? But of course, that's a fine episode of Doctor Who, and I did it no favours in the way that I chose to watch it the first time, watching episode 6 on its own, with all of its characters and sets and things, was all quite new to me, and in isolation, or at the end of their journey, perhaps not as context is all, isn't it? And the journey is all, and you don't appreciate the journey if you only join it at the very end. So I definitely have a renewed admiration for Planet of the Spiders. So I hope that those of you that started this with me when I said, I'm not a great fan of this, Well, oh, come on, Toby, this is one of my favourites because a few people said, going into this is, I love Pertwee and I love the way he goes out. I'm not, and I never lie on these, I'm not contriving things to like about the stories if I don't. I struggled with a couple. I have struggled on occasion. Time Lash 2, particularly, if it's one and sometimes it's just because I'm not in the right mood as well. So, you get what I'm giving you, but it's honestly always honest. I've really enjoyed Planet of the Spiders. I've really enjoyed having Annie as company as well. I've actually enjoyed being able to bring some of the patron feedback as well, because it's a bit like a conversation, isn't it? Then rather than a stumbly monologue full of boring facts about actors and dreadful name dropping from me. What names do you drop, Toby? Oh, usually those near the bottom of the credits. My, what a life you've lived. And also choosing my favourite things. Now I have to choose a favourite thing about episode 6 and a bonus favourite thing. Oh. Well, I suppose my favourite... I mean, I'd love to have chosen the Great One, but Annie already chose that for episode 5. So, well, I have to choose the manner of John Pertwee's end and John Pertwee himself. And I suppose I could choose one of those as my thing for episode 6 and one of those things as my bonus, but it seems to me that the Venn diagram crosses over a little bit too much. It's a lovely end for Pertwee. The fact that they've had the boldness to go for an end that's not only dramatic but thematic. It has something to say. It has something to say about him, and indeed some of the criticisms that could be levelled at his doctor. They actually make part of the story. And I actually never mind that Pertwee's a bit pompous, because it tends to be rude to people who deserve it, apart from his companions, who he's sometimes awful to. But it's because he is... Yeah, I don't know. He just kind of gets it in the same way that he gets away with the frilly shirt. He kind of gets away with being a bit pompous. I don't know why. Perhaps he just... perhaps it's just the authority with which he does it. I don't know. He gets away with it. He does things that if other people did, I would find extremely punchable. But I don't know. He's John Pertwee. He's the tall light bulb. And I think if he was there for 5 years, and I think that's as I say, I think I'd have probably hoped for a more ambitious effect for the regeneration than a fade from one to the other. But that's because hindsight is always 20/20, and with better special effects. And what would they have done? And that would probably have dated anyway. But it's not about the change. It's about the cause of the change. It's about the fact that they have the audacity to end it on a joke, and it kind of works. And that Pertwee acts it so well, and the Pertwee that we know is a bit nervous about his straight acting, and he proves he can do it, and you really feel that he's been through the mill. And I love that line, "The TARDIS brought me home." Oh, does that not bring a tear to your eye? I know the Doctor is a wanderer in space and time, but John Pertwee's Doctor, even though his freedom has been returned to him, home is where it would have been wrong if he'd regenerated anywhere other than the floor of his lab. And, we know that UNIT is going to go and be a thing of the past. So it just seems, whatever you think about him being exiled. But again, of course, if I'd started watching at the time, the idea that Doctor Who doesn't travel in space and time, and you're taking away the very concept of what Doctor Who is by exiling him into Earth. And even that producer, Barry Letts, and his script editor, Terence Dix, when they inherited that idea, said, we don't like that idea, but they still persevered with it for a couple of years because you kind of have to. And the TARDIS brought me home. Don't you just love that? I love that. I love that. And the fact that he lies with his leg up because he couldn't straighten his leg because that would have done his back in because he had a bad back. I think that's the thing. So, there's even a reason why he lies in that particular way. But he really looks like he's been through it. And I think it is an apt end for a fine Doctor. So my thing for episode 6, I guess, is Jon Pertwee and the regeneration. So then what's my overall thing? Well, I think because he writes, produces, directs, and indeed stars in vocal cameo episode 2. And it's not often I would think or get to choose a producer. And perhaps I can't choose the producer even though he does all of those things that I said. So that's a unique contribution from him. But I don't think I can choose this producer without invoking his script editor too, because they were such a team. And they stand astride the Pertwee era. And I know that... they do the handover, and you can, their DNA is all over Robot, but this is really the rounding off of their era. And even though it is clobbered occasionally by some of the shortcomings of the era, and over-reliance on CSO, the occasional aptitude for whole chunks of that are kind of unnecessary. So the Pertwee era, I don't think has as strong guest performances as a matter of course as I think the other eras, because the money has gone on hardware rather than cast. I think there aren't particularly big names. It's more your sort of TV character actors flitting in and out. I think more so perhaps than any other era, which is not a bad policy, because the TV character actor is a marvelous thing, and I love seeing actors like Bernard Kay and John Abernethy and Edwin Richfield, getting top guest billing in stories in the Pertwee era, whereas in other eras you have film actors or highly acclaimed stage performers or whatever. But nonetheless, despite all of those, what could be seen as shortcomings or compromises or whatever of the Pertwee era that are all in Planet of the Spiders, and I still don't know whether I think John Dirth is great or I'm being very charitable, but that at least means he's interesting, hey? And again, I salute Barry Letts's decency for going, there's a stigma attached to this man, but nonetheless, I will put him front and centre. I find that admirable. And I know about that stigma. I think my bonus thing, because I've just brought up various shortcomings, but because the story also exemplifies everything that is great about the Pertwee era, a gameness, a vitality, a thoughtfulness, a spiritualism, the clever way of channeling something that will scare children, but in a wholly containable way. The homage that much of this story is to the era that has preceded it, whether it's casting a load of actors that have already been in it before, so it's like a sort of end of term review in a way, and I think that's nice. That's a bit of loyalty as well, but it's always nice to see faces that you recognise too. Pertwee's love of gadgets and vehicles is present and correct. The brilliance of the central casting of Pertwee and the fabulous Elizabeth Sladen, who are a great team. Nicholas Courtney being all present and correct. Benton being there. I wish he'd been back for the final episode. Yates and the ending of his story, because of course he was supporting military character guy, but he actually gets an arc. He gets a bit of development. It's a celebration, isn't it, of the Pertwee era and everything that Terrance Dicks and Barry Letts achieved, and they transformed the show. I love season 7. I think it's absolutely fantastic. But they inherited a show that was not really what they wanted to do, and created very much their own image of Doctor Who, and it's one that's endured, and it's one that's hugely popular with great swathes of fandom. And as I say, I've not always got on with, but I'm finding absolutely 100% comfort Doctor Who, and I'm really enjoying sort of re-engaging and better engaging with this era as a result of this process. I think the last ones of the Pertwee I've done, I did Sea Devils, which I'd always liked and absolutely adored this time around. Curse of Peladon, which I've always thought was fine and really, really enjoyed. So I think, and I'd always loved Inferno. So look, I mean, I'm looking every time I get to a Pertwee, I'm thinking, I think this is going to be a really positive experience for me. So I hope it is for you. And that's as a result of, those two titans of Doctor who were also, I have to say, thoroughly nice men, thoroughly decent men. And I had the pleasure of meeting and working with them both on many an occasion. And it's very sad that they're no longer with us, but I'm flattered and grateful that I got to be in their orbit. So my bonus thing is the twin talents of Barry Letts and Terence Dix, whose mark can be felt on that episode, but throughout the previous few years. So John Pertwee and his regeneration, and Terence Dix and Barry Letts are my things for episode 6. Well, Pertwee and the regeneration is my thing for episode 6. Terence Dix and Barry Letts are my bonus. Annie Wallace, over to you.
So we get on to part 6. Now, part 6 is all about the resolution of the story. The notion that the Doctor knows that the only way he's going to stop this is to take the crystal, which is what really is going on here. The Doctor's Metabilis 3 crystal is what the Great One wants to complete the network of lattice above her, to amplify her brain to exponential ways. Unfortunately, I think it creates a sonic loop or something like that, and it essentially destroys her. But at this particular moment, everything is coming together. The members of the meditation center have, by all this time, excuse me, the members of the meditation center have all got spiders hanging on their backs, channeling power through them to get this crystal. But the Doctor is the one who has to do it, and he knows he has to do it. So he takes the crystal to the Great One. It floats up into its final little position, and then, well, all hell breaks loose. Because the spiders are all mentally linked, it's essentially they all implode, they all go insane, and they all die. Yay! But the crystals have a side effect, which is they're full of radiation, and the Doctor's body is so riddled with it by going into the Great One's cave that his cells are destroyed, and this is what pushes him into regeneration, aided by a handy Time Lord who is posing as the Tibetan leader of the meditation center, who is of course fabulous, the fabulous Kampo Rinpoche, also known as Choji. And what Choji does is kind of accelerate the regeneration procedure so that the Doctor isn't in too much pain, it doesn't take too long. And there we are, he's lying on the floor. And his final words, tears, Sarah Jane, where there's life, there's... And he's gone. But what's happening? Oh my God, this is it. This is the moment. This is it. It's regeneration time. And slowly the face changes, and there's a stranger there with dark hair and a big nose. And who is he? Oh my God. And yeah, that's a big moment. And of course we have to wait another year to finally see there's the cat. We have to finally see the Tom Baker season, which as a first season was outstanding. So there's my waffle. The next thing, of course, is the bonus thing. What would I have as the bonus? I'm going to actually choose the spiders hanging off people's backs. I think that was quite a profound image for me as well. Seeing this the spiders, and it kind of they came to life on this mandala, or rather they were transported on this mandala, and then it would be there, and it would kind of pulse for a second, and then it would leap onto the person's back, and then it would cloak itself, it would disappear. But it's now controlling its human puppet, and it can control, like, what I suppose now you'd call force lightning, through the fingertips, and that can knock people out or it can kill them. So quite resonant also of Turn Left, when this horrible beetle was hanging on the back of Donna, about 12 years ago or thereabouts. I'm really bad with that. But yes, similar idea of having a creature on your back. So the spiders were a big deal to me. I would love one of those in my house. Do you know what? I'd stick it up on the wall to scare everyone that came in the house, because they were beautifully made. They looked really good in terms of sculpting. And I think that made a difference. The movement wasn't fantastic, except I remember seeing, I don't know what program it was, but what they'd done is they'd put like a clockwork mechanism in one of them, I think, and some of the legs moved so that they could wind it up and it would roll across the studio floor and the legs would go, and that was really effective. Really effective. And yeah, creepy. So there you go. There's all my stuff to do with Planet of the Spiders, which now I've spoken about it. I've got to go and rewatch it now, but that's all right because I've got the discs. I'm a big disc buyer. In fact, I've just bought this one. Look. Yes, it's the Blu-ray set of season 8, which was Joe Grant's first season with the Master. Yes, it's that funny season where the Master is in every story, which is a little implausible, but it was very exciting for me because this here was my first season. So 1970, was it 72 or 71? You know something, I can't even remember. But it was brilliant, and I haven't even watched this yet, so there you go. So, yeah, please do buy discs because we want them to keep putting this beautiful packages out. Terror of the Audience, Planet of the Spiders. Do watch it, do enjoy it. So what am I up to after this? Well, I'm really busy at work at the moment because we've got some big stuff coming up. Sally's been quiet for a while in old Hollyoaks, and yeah, being busy doing some good storylines, which I'm sure you're going to see this summer, and it's exciting. Obviously, this year we are coming out of lockdown, hopefully coming out of COVID's biggest nightmare. I've had my jab. I hope everyone else over a certain age is going to be able to get it as well. And then we can move on and we can start having fun and we can start meeting and having conventions and little meetups in pubs like Warp does at the Britain's Protection every month, which I go to. And that's it, really. I hope you're going to have a lovely year and a wonderful summer, and much better than we have had this time. So that's about it for me for Planet of the Spiders. And I kind of over to you, Toby, really. I mean, you're the one who's going to have to do all this. So I hope this is good. Okay, take care. Lovely to see you. Bye-bye.
Ah, thank you, Annie, who was talking of a future that is now in the past, but that is my fault, not Annie's. Because I asked everyone to sort of do this at the same time, and then obviously people send their videos and audios whenever, but it means that some people then languish in the archives of Hadoke Towers until it's time for another Pertwee to come round, and I try and mix up the stories so that none that are too similar follow each other and all of that. So Annie wasn't to know that by the time it went out, Sally's storylines and the summer and the emergence from lockdown have all been and gone. But Annie continues to shine in Hollyoaks and is on Twitter at Annie Wallace. And but we haven't actually seen each other in the flesh since before the pandemic, so this is a lovely way to sort of connect with people, even if I just see their faces staring out of my computer. And if you're just listening to the audio of this, because I say this a lot, the podcasts are currently my priority because they're easy to put together. I do have video versions that will, I suppose, go out at some point, and thanks to people like Annie who've recorded videos for that purpose. But at the moment, it's easier for me to get the podcasts out, and I do have to do other things. So the videos are on the back burner. But Annie did produce the season 8 box set. She has it. So she really is one of us. And the Britain's Protection that she referred to there is a pub in Manchester. So, if you want to avail yourself of a monthly meet where one of the stars of Hollyoaks is there indulging in Doctor Who flavoured geekery, then, well, that was a plug for that. So thanks to Annie. Now, Annie chose... I don't quite know what Annie chose for episode 6. We had a very enthusiastic synopsis. I suppose it was the build up to the Doctor's regeneration, wasn't it? But she didn't actually specify which element it was, but I assume it's that. So I suppose I might kind of get a point for that. And I was tempted to choose, well, one, the spiders. I think it was Boris the Spider, wasn't it, that Matt Irvin sort of showcased, which was the one with the mechanism within it, who I think we could have seen a bit more of actually in the story. I think I didn't go for the spiders because I think they're compromised a bit by CSO, and I think their death scene isn't great, is it? Where they're all sort of upside down, they've just been sort of chucked about. But I think the spiders are generally pretty successful, and I think the Queen on Sarah's back is amazing, and I think the image of the spider on the back is a compelling image. And of course, it allows for that wonderful line of Campo's about not all spiders sit on the back, and they become a metaphor as well. But it's a great image, and it's, of course, then they go invisible, so the people can then walk around and sit on chairs, but without having to have the spiders on the whole time. But they're there, and the audience know that they're there. And I think that really is an affecting image, and the Great One's fantastic. Some of the times when they move the good, they are occasionally hampered by dodgy CSO. So I could easily have chosen the spiders, and particularly the image of the spider on the back, especially as that's on the cover of the Target novel, with Sarah with her beautiful stripy costume, which is I love that whole combination of Sarah, that haircut of hers, and the spider on the back on that costume is a great visual for me, because I love Sarah, and that image is a striking one from my childhood. But instead, I went for the people, and I make no apologies for that. I mean, I was never gonna. I never win these things, and what is in the story when everything is new, how can anything be a surprise? Yeah, but also when you always fail, that's not a surprise either. And I'm used to those sorts of surprises in life of never quite prospering. It's it's never a surprise anymore when things don't turn out my way. But I had to choose Barry Letts and Terrance Dicks. I had to, and I had to choose Pertwee and his regeneration. And I suppose that Annie chose the Great One in episode 5. I would have definitely chosen the Great One for episode 6, then probably Pertwee in his regeneration as my bonus, and I wouldn't have had a chance to acknowledge Barry Letts and Terrance Dicks. But it is all about the people, isn't it? And it's all about those gurus, isn't it? About those wise old men who taught us to look at the world in a different way. Yeah, I don't think I can say it any better than that. Thanks for listening, and I hope you're in a happy time and place. Thanks very much for listening to Happy Times and Places, which is presented by me, Toby Hadoke, and my special guest, Annie Wallace, who can be found on Twitter at Annie Wallace. I'm grateful to Annie and to the patrons who make these podcasts possible. And they include Ruben Herfindahl, Peter Burns, James Curray-Smith, Peter Harness, Ronald Hayden, Rob Leonard, Christopher Meredith, Gavin McLean, Richard Straw, Neil Tate, Nick Tedston, John Curley, Mark Dakin, Rob Dawson, John Elledge, Mark Findlay-Smith, Joe Ford, Gary Gillett, Paul Goodridge, Lisa C. Greco, David Green, Fraser Gregory, Paul Gregory, Michael Harvey, Legion Henderson, Dave Hoskin, Richie Howarth, Robert Jewell and Andrew Jolly. The music is by Dave Gates, the artwork by Dylan Patterson. If you would like your name read out on the credits, then you can become a patron of these podcasts for as little as £3 per month. The tiers go all the way up to, well, £1 million if you want. Actually, I mean, they don't, but if you really want to find a way of doing that, we'll make it happen. But everything is available at the lowest tier, which is the £3 a month. Every tier is available to be signed up for a year in one go, and that would get you an extra 10% off. There's little things to draw you up the ladder of tiers, but I've discovered that most people just sort of pay what you can, pay what you fancy sort of affair, and for that you usually get about 3 releases per week. It's not all podcasts, but there are bonus interviews, there are behind-the-scenes looks at various DVD and Blu-ray bits and bobs that I do, but also you are well in advance of everybody else for the release of the podcasts, Happy Times and Places, Too Much Information, and Indefinable Magic, and you also get your own exclusive podcast, Far Too Much Information, and you get monthly AMAs, Ask Me Anythings. So if that's what you fancy, you can do that. If you don't want to commit to a monthly thing, or that's just not your bag, you can occasionally contribute to these podcasts and their upkeep, and me being able to keep them sort of professional and taking the time to do them properly, and keeping the equipment so that it sounds all right. There's nothing I could do about my own stuttering meandering, but there we go, and I'm proving that as I do this. Anyway, this is a great advert, isn't it? If you want to keep these as good as this, you can pretend to buy me a coffee by going to ko-fi.com/Toby Hadoke, which you can just do as and when you fancy, or if I've done a particular release that you've particularly enjoyed. If you can't do the financial thing, and that's totally understandable. I listen to a lot of podcasts I love that I don't contribute to the upkeep of. It's the way that these things are done these days, and I think that's all well and good. But what would be really helpful and would cost you nothing but a little of your time is to go to Apple and iTunes and Podbean and Spotify and now even YouTube and give these releases really nice reviews, and where you can, a 5-star rating, because that really helps other people to find these. And you can subscribe as well. I don't know how you do that, but I'm sure you do, and I've heard people say it on other podcasts. So yeah, subscribe and like and kiss, please. I'm also on all the social medias, Twitter at Toby Hadoke, at Hadoke Podcasts. I have a YouTube channel, which these now upload automatically onto, so give them a whirl over there as well, because it's only just started happening, and it looks like about 3 people have watched each one. And you can also find me on Instagram at toby.hadoke, and I've got a Facebook page as well, and a website, tobyhadoke.com. I'm just trying to remember what was happening when I did this Planet of Spiders. It was, it was a while ago, because Annie recorded it before I think I'd done Hollyoaks, and then I was in Hollyoaks, and that's been on, and that was a good a year or so ago, maybe a couple of years now. So time doesn't half fly, as one gets a little bit older. I'm getting a bit sort of Zen and Third Doctory actually, because I'm in my 50s now. Well, I'm 50, and I really do sense that time is passing quicker and quicker and quicker, and people that one would think of as being quite young are actually now really quite old. And you think, well, if they're old, how old am I? Well, I'm old. I'm old. And then you have to worry, especially in this business, about your relevance. I feel like I'm just, coming into my own, and I might have things to offer. But as far as my industry is concerned, I'm probably over the hill and a has-been, which is bad news, because I've got to find something to do for the next 20 or 30 years. I've got to pay my mortgage off, for goodness sake. So that's a slight worry as well, because seeing me through the eyes of younger people, maybe I would be considered over the hill, but I hope not. I hope I'm still relevant, but I don't want to try and remain relevant by dancing like a geography teacher at the school disco. But then again, see, because in the days of Planet of the Spiders, you could have look at John Pertwee. He's a distinguished older gentleman lead in a children's drama. They would not. They would not have that now. They'd say, yeah, you'd go to them and pitch Doctor Who, the Pertwee era, to the BBC now, and they go, yeah, can you make all the leads about 25 years younger and hip? But there we go. Times change. There's no point in railing against changing times. One has to be, very campo about it and just accept it for what it is. And but one still has to find inner. But where's this gone? I'm begging for credibility as I sit here very late at night recording post credits waffle that hardly anyone will listen to. But there we go. Yes, you hear a man's midlife crisis. Perhaps I need. The thing is, I can't. The only way I can regenerate is in real life. One only regenerates in one direction, and is definitely one is definitely not born anew. I suppose one just actually gets to the point where one realizes that one's lack of relevance doesn't really matter in the grand scheme of things and accepts it. But I'm not there yet. I'm gonna rage against the fact that I've still got things I'd like to do and make and be in and achieve. But in the meantime, I'll keep doing this because I like it, and you're all very nice. So, oh dear, I'm not sure how I feel about that. Anyway, I'll better go and meditate, but not in the cellar. I haven't actually got a cellar.